break it down. What? Yeah. Do 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 do. Here we go. We're streaming now. We're streaming now today. Hello. Hello. How are you all today? I have to tell you. I have had a really great week. I've straight up just had a really great week. I had a really nice day working for Capital. A really nice weekend, I should say. Right? It's my mom had a beautiful thing that I've really adopted in my life, which is if you can enjoy having a bad time, you're going to do okay in life. Peanut Butter Beatrice, good to see you. Team China here. The goat, did you get laid? The goat says, asking the big questions. No, I did not. The goat. The dream will live. The goat. No, it's one of these mixed blessings sort of things where now that Milo is not here, I just basically don't stay in my apartment anymore. Right? I just get out of my apartment. And I have found this really beautiful theater, that cinema, that's right near me. And it's called the Fox Theater. And they basically just play, like, old films. And, I mean, I have a degree in theater with a minor in film. And so I've just been getting out and seeing movies on the big screen. And movies that you wouldn't expect, right? Like it's so funny because I have another theater just down the way, like an actual like mainstream theater. I never go to it because all the movies are terrible, right? The Minecraft movie, right? Another Mission Impossible movie, Snow White, right? Modern movies are bad, and they're bad because the system of capital has removed the artistry and replaced it with propaganda. That it's so clear that behind the scenes is a person going, we have to convince these guys that we are valid, that capitalism is actually good somehow. And so the only stories they're willing to tell are either vapid, because they can't have an actual moral, because an actual moral would be like, yeah, greed is bad. Right? There's an actual moral, right? Like you'd actually have to tell a morality tale. You'd have to tell a story that has morality attached to it. And capitalists can't do that. So they either tell something that's completely vapid, or they tell a story that is explicitly like pro-genocide, pro-capital. Of course, some sneak through. But, like, I saw a screening of The French Connection, right? So it's an old film from the 1970s starring Gene Hackman. And I would describe it as explicitly, blatantly anti-capital. Like, it follows a group of detectives as they attempt to uncover a heroin drug ring. It really doesn't shy away from like police corruption, police incompetence, as well as shying away from the reality that wealthy people can just buy themselves out of problems. Yeah, rip Gene Hackman. Yeah, one of the great American actors. Eggs D, good to see you. Conton, good to see you. What else did I see? Oh, I saw a filming of No Other Land, which... No Other Land, the Oscars giving an Oscar to No Other Land has now returned credibility to the Oscars. That I haven't really paid attention to the Oscars for 5, maybe even longer than that, but at least 5 years. John, good to see you. And the reason why I haven't paid any attention to the Oscars is because I just didn't believe they had credibility anymore. I don't think that there are any American institutions that really have much credibility anymore. And we're going to get into the major crisis of credibility that the American system is going through. Gabriel, good to see you. But I think that the Oscars giving Best Documentary to No Other Land has returned credibility to the Oscars. That we can start taking their recommendations and start taking the things that they give awards to seriously again because of their award to No Other Land. I would never have heard of this movie. I would have never seen this movie. I wouldn't have gone out to the theater if not for the fact that it had been given an Oscar. And in my view, like Peanut Butter Beatrice points out, Parasite winning was pretty tough. That was a decent year. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the explicit nature of it, right? Like it isn't like, I can always imagine a group of artists kind of being tittering and coy and kind of just being like, this sort of talks about this sort of thing that we sort of like, so we sort of are going to sort of. There's a lot of sort of in these decisions, and you can sort of see the political wheels turning, right? Like, so we'll give a nod here, that means that we can do this over here. So there's always like concessions along the lines, and this is here, so this means this, right? With No Other Land, like, that all disappears. Like, it is a pro-Palestinian film about the Israelis committing a genocide against the Palestinians. That's what it's about. That's the film. And it's literally a guy in the West Bank filming the IDF destroying people's houses. Like, that's literally the whole film from start to finish. It follows a single family. Right. At one point, there's a fellow who is shot by the IDF, rendered paralyzed. He lives in a cave, literally a cave, until he dies of his wounds. Like, it's a harrowing, naked representation of what Israel stands for, which is genocide. It's a genocidal nation that's completely lost its mind. And the mood in the audience, and I've seen other theaters, like, people have been filming this phenomenon. Like, when the film ends, it's absolutely dead silence in the audience. Like, literally no one is sitting there. Like, there's no applause. There's no sudden stand up. Let's go get some snacks, right? Like, literally everybody is just, like, pressed into their seats with the weight of what they have just witnessed. Because what I think this film does, what I think No Other Land does, and what it achieves, is it removes from the conversation abstraction. That people, when they think of the Palestinian genocide or the conflict or however they want to talk about it, when they think about that, they think about it in abstraction. There's a lot of imagination that happens in the conversation, and a film like No Other Land removes the imagination completely. Just strips it completely naked, and it's just like, look, this is what it is. That you've got families living in, like, rural Palestine who are just, like, goat farmers, right? Their house is literally just, like, concrete walls. Right, just concrete walls, tin roof. They've got like they've got like a chicken coop, and then the IDF rolls in, and it's literally like a dozen jeeps full of fully armed military men, and like 3 bulldozers, so that they can knock over this like concrete house that's standing in like a rural prairie, like literally rolling hills, and there's a single house just sitting there, and the IDF comes in with like full force in order to knock over this structure. And throughout the course of the film, you watch them knock over a school, right? You watch them level people's homes, and then finally, the very last thing that the film tells you about, because they don't actually show you, but It's the filmmaker and then this fellow that he's been hanging out with whose father runs the gas station, the local gas station. And his father at one point is arrested, and so now the son takes responsibility for the gas station. And there are great conversations that are filmed about the nature of all of this, because he's trying to be an activist while also trying to be responsible for his family and actually keep pumping gas. And the last thing that you're told is that, yeah, the IDF levels it, that they just level it. And so now the region doesn't have a gas station. So it there's nothing coy. There's nothing like, well, maybe the artist was saying, right? There's no interpretation. There's like, even with Parasite, there were people who were like, or no, this was said about Squid Games, but it's the same idea where it's like, the filmmaker says this is about capitalism, but here's why it's actually about communism. There's none of that. There's just none of that. You watched a genocide. That's what you watched. You watched what a genocide looked like. That's what you watched. And I think it's even more powerful because it's all footage on the lead up to the start of the Gazan genocide. So it really shows you, like, this is what it was like before the whole October 7th thing. Like, this is what it was like. This is what it was to be a Palestinian living in Israel on the lead up to October 7th and then the subsequent genocide that has followed. And I just feel like if you watch this film, No Other Land, and you walk away from it still saying that Israel has a point, even, like, forget about, like, full-throated support for Israel. If you're sitting there being like, well, it's a both sides issue, then you're probably just a Nazi. And that we should be able to say that. That the time to defend the position is now over. That we should be looking at people who are still trying to even defend Israel and just being like, you are a Nazi. And if you don't understand why that is, then you have a psychosis. There's something mental going on with you. There's some emotional disconnect. It's a type of psychopathy. Like, you are disconnected from reality in a serious way. And I think that we are at a point now where we get to say that. Especially as, like, Donald Trump rounds up American citizens, his homegrown comment, right? Which we're going to get into. Like, we're going to get into all that. Because the truth is, like, we're entering an extremely dangerous time now. We're entering a time where America is turning on itself. We're entering a time where the oligarchy and the corporate state are going to start rounding up American citizens. They keep saying they're going to do it. And so they're going to do it. And they've already done it. Whether or not, and this, of course, has led to a major crisis of credibility. And so now when I have found any institution, anywhere, in any North American place, that is even attempting to regain its credibility, I have to highlight it. And I think by handing an award to the creators of No Other Land, the Oscars have regained credibility, and that they are not just attempting to regain credibility. They're willing to actually be like, no, here be genocide. And I hope that as more films come out, the Oscars highlight those films, because there is going to be more, right? There's going to be films made by people who are on the ground about the Gazan genocide. And if the Oscars don't give awards to those films, then they lose credibility completely. But it looks like they're going to go that way. So we should highlight that and talk about it. Yep, Peanut Butter Beatrice, they're in my state literally as we speak, disappearing people. Ugh. Isaac writes, "Hi, John. I looked at Google Earth images that look a pile of bodies in a pool of blood in the areas of the CECOT prison in El Salvador. Can you show it if you're able to find it? I don't want to. Just very simply, Isaac, I believe you. Like, I just believe you. Like, I don't need to see a pile of bodies, dude. I don't need to do that. But I appreciate why you're seeking that out. I understand why you're seeking that out. I believe you. Like, this is what I'm talking about when people are like accusing the Chinese of like a Uyghur genocide. Whenever there's like these accusations of genocide, I'm like, we have satellites. Like, we have satellite imagery. Like, how many bodies do you think you would have to have in a pile before a satellite would be able to notice it? Right? I think you could do it with 4. So, like, I'm not at all surprised to hear. And right now, we'll just put that in the category of rumor. But I just don't care to pursue that right now, Isaac. Thank you for the opportunity, but it's a bit too macabre and grotesque for me right now. Especially because we're going to be wading into pretty deep territory, as we always do. That's why you guys all tune in. It's like an unfolding horror show directly in front of our faces, and that we all gather so that we can have a really, truly honest conversation about what is actually happening. And on the hopeful side of things, it does seem like there are mainstream voices now who are beginning to have a come to Jesus moment. That you do see people who are starting to be like, "Oh, we fucked up." Like, "Oh shit." Like this is serious. Like, we have been sitting in our glittering palaces and we have been living like skyscraper children. But our decisions actually have real consequences that are serious, and things could get very weird and very wacky very quickly. Anemone, good to see you. Long Defiant, good to see you. I'm reading Zoe Baker and Saul Alinsky. Rules for radicals is everything that's wrong with the Democrats. Just saying. I mean, the Democrats want to believe that capitalism will function. They want to believe that we're going to be able to just walk our way back to some kind of social democracy. That we're going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle. Like, we're going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle on this one. And I just don't think we are going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle. Like, once you unleash Pandora's box, you have done so. And the Democrats have this deluded idea, and it's utter delusion. Like, it's not any different than like a rapture cult. Like, it's the same exact concept of just like believing that Jesus Christ is coming back at any moment. Like, you genuinely believe that the fascist forces that you helped unleash can be reclaimed. No, they can't. They just can't. So the Democrats, in my view, are a dead end. Bernie Sanders is a dead end. We literally have him still defending Israel. We literally have Palestinian flags being flown at his rallies being removed. Like, you cannot simultaneously be for the people and be pro-genocide. And Bernie Sanders is pro-genocide. Like he might be slightly embarrassed by it, right? He might have enough awareness where he's willing to be like, look, it's an unfortunate thing that's happening. But, you know, a genocide still occurs, whether or not you tilt your head and go awe about it or not. John writes, has anyone interviewed a Palestinian representative about what Hamas expected to happen in response to October 7th? I mean, how much screen time do Palestinian representatives actually get in the first place? And most of the time when they're on the screen, they're trying to defend the rights of Palestinian people to have things like water. Like, it's I don't think nuance is a big thing that the Empire is interested in exploring. And then John continues, by the way, I have no sympathy for religious tribes going at each other because each side believes in a different version of an imagined deity. Yeah, usually that religious language is emotional coding, right? So I think that there's a pretty big misunderstanding about how religion functions. Um, we we live in like a post what we consider to be a post enlightened society, right? So we've banished symbolism and superstition, but then replaced it with a whole bunch of other symbols and superstitions, like the profit motive, right? Money, these sorts of things that we worship. And we pretend are not gods, but they act exactly the same as deities and gods in our society. That religion is emotional coding. That's what it is. That we don't actually have good ways to discuss our emotions, right? Like, especially if you're like a tribal society that's developing a language, let alone a concept of self or any of that kind of stuff. And so what arises from developing societies and from advanced societies, frankly, is a way to express your emotional self and how you feel and where you want to go and how to enter an abstract space and discuss abstract ideas, right? That's what religion is it's a people, like, people didn't have the concept of sadness, right? People didn't have these concepts. But they have stories that attach to these concepts, and so it's through those stories that they express themselves. And every religion has its violent stories, and every religion has its peaceful stories, because when you're wanting to express peace, you deal with the peaceful ones, and when you want to express violence, you deal with the violent ones. And so, of course, tribal societies are going to evoke their version or their visions of their religions, because that's how they're expressing their emotional selves. That's how they're expressing their anger and their frustration and their rage, right? And we do the same thing. Like, we're no better. Like, advanced societies, like, I'll say it over and over and over and over and over again until probably the day I die. It'll be the last thing I say on my deathbed, I'm sure of it. If you don't intentionally pursue religious impulses, then religious impulses will impose themselves on you. That if you don't make something supernatural or sacred intentionally, then the mundane becomes sacred. And that's exactly what we've done with money. That's exactly what we've done with money. And especially amidst this tariff war, I have seen multiple expressions of money worship that are really, really obvious and really, really clear. Like, Bound over on Twitch, good to see you, my man. Like, the during this tariff war, like people genuinely think money matters more than food. Like, people really think it really is like, we can't build that building because we don't have enough inches. That building is going to fall over because when it was built, it was measured in centimeters instead of inches. If those statements sound crazy to you, yeah, welcome to modern economics. Like, welcome to how people are thinking about the world that they live in. That people worship money, specifically the dollar. The dollar is really what's being worshipped, but money is what's being worshipped. And people genuinely believe that if the dollars were to be vacated, if the dollar was to suddenly just snap your fingers and it's gone, people genuinely believe they would not be able to breathe air. Like, it's that kind of level of worship. And people do it, right? If you don't focus your attention on the concept of some kind of a mystery or God, if you like, or some kind of expression of the unknowability of our existence and reality, well, and you walk around pretending like you're immune to that, and you walk around pretending like that's not happening to you, well, then that sensation and that very natural, innate human thing will impose itself on you, and you'll find yourself worshiping things like money. You'll find yourselves worshiping just pointless, worthless things. Like it's like we're worshiping a ruler, and not like a king, but like literally a physical like measurement tool. It's like we have a stick that has a bunch of notches in it, and we're just like, this will be our god. Like, it's the silliest thing ever. And so I do end up having sympathy for tribes that fall into conflict with one another and use religious language in order to express that, but not because of the religion, just because I wish they wouldn't fight. That's all. And it just makes sense that they would use a religious language. The way that we use economic language, well, economic language, it's a religion. Like, neoliberal economics is a religion at this point. It's not a serious science anymore. It's like phrenology. Like that's the example that I've been using now. So I'm taking us in a slightly different direction, I think, John, than you were hoping. But like, for those of you who might not know, right, phrenology was a scientific theory of neuroscience that existed in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. And it was a very serious idea. The fundamental idea was that by measuring someone's skull, right, their cranium, you could come to conclusions about their behavior and the nature of their brain. Sounds silly as fuck, but but back then, this is a serious thing. Like, there were institutions, there were departments in universities. Queen Victoria held a symposium. Like, serious people took this pursuit seriously. And of course, it's discredited. And it's discredited exactly the way the sciences are supposed to discredit bad theories. We took a look at it. We took a look at the claims that it was making, and we saw that it wasn't actually predicting its claims. So it doesn't work, right? Well, we've done the same thing with neoliberal economics. It doesn't work. We've measured it. Like, it doesn't actually result in the claims that it makes. The money doesn't trickle down, in fact. But because the richest person in the room, right, has all this power, and people still look at them as if they have power and influence, they've managed to erect a little cult around it. And it's not based in any scientific reality, right? And this is happening right at a moment when people's religious impulses are not being intentionally fed, right? And we do need to intentionally feed them. Like, we do need to focus the attention of humans on a mystery, on the mystery of reality. That humans need to constantly be focused on what is this? Why are we here? What is the purpose of any of this? What is existence? What are you talking about, quarks? Okay, that's interesting. What are these? Like, and humanity needs to engage on that, because that is an investigation of the deepest spiritual reality. Like, who are we? What are we here? What am I? What is existence? What is this force I feel within myself? What is this abstract space? And if you don't engage humans in that, then they will engage themselves in that pursuit, in like pornography, video games, movies, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, money. Like, people will latch on to anyone who is trying to give them a sense of purpose and meaning in the world. And if we don't engage in that directly and seriously and intentionally, then we'll do it on accident. And that's basically where we're at. that we're just doing it on accident. And I don't think that we should repudiate that process, because I think that process is a huge part of being a human being, living in the uncertainty of existence. Like, what is this? What are you talking about? We all just wake up and go about our lives as if this is a normal thing that we're all just doing. It's completely normal to just wake up and experience existence. Like, look around you right now. Look around you right now. None of this makes any fucking sense at all. It doesn't have any basis in reason or rationality at all. That we all collectively just go along with it because we're experiencing it. And so it's, someone must know what's going on. Something must be happening. Clearly, because here we are. Here it is. But we're all just collectively kind of bluffing. Right? We're all just collectively just going along with it. And we haven't actually thought through much of anything. Right? Like, the decisions that we've made are usually based on the most mundane of things. Like, I have a curtain here because I don't want the sun in my eyes. Well, where did I buy that curtain from? Well, I picked it up from IKEA because I was in IKEA, and it was easy. And who made this? How was this even manufactured? What's the process by which this came into existence and into being in the first place? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. I'm hot. Wear sweater. Like, we're highly reactive people who root ourselves in story and song in order to express the inexpressible, which is our deepest emotional selves. And we're not going to ever stop doing that. We're never, ever going to stop doing that. John writes, I had no expectation about the direction of your response. Yeah, you get me on the religious tangent. Because religion, to me, is, like, deeply... It is what this is all about. Like, it is what this is all about. The religious existence of our lives. That's what this is all fundamentally about. And I wish that we would get through the denialism about it. I wish that we would stop pretending as though we are not these deeply spiritual, deeply religious, deeply connected to unknown and unknowable forces. And I understand that there's like a strong contingent of people, especially in the modern age, that see through the charlatans and the frauds, right? Like that to me is what the atheist movement really should be lauded for, is they were doing what the religious left was too cowardly to do, which is they were standing up against these obvious frauds who are hacks and don't even read the books that they profess to discuss. And when they do read the books they profess to discuss, they're literally like, God himself wrote this book with his hands. And you're like, probably not, though. Like, that's probably inaccurate. And so, but I wish that we would take it to the next step, which is to say, okay, obviously these childish ideas don't exist. Like, it's obviously the case that these texts were written by a group of humans struggling with the reality of existence and what it is to be alive, and beseeching unknowable and unknown forces for mercy or direction, right, or meaning, structure and order, right? Like, it's pretty obviously the case that like a group of wandering nomads in a desert are like, man, we got to come up with some rules. Like, we got to come up with some ideas on how to have like a rational society so that we don't just consume ourselves. And we can consume ourselves. And so they pursue it with intention, right? They do it on purpose. They say to one another, we actually do have to have a conversation about that which is unexpressible. Like that's what makes the religious conversation so fascinating and so interesting, is that we're constantly in this place of attempting to express that which is unexpressible. And if that sounds like a contradiction, well, welcome to life. Like, welcome to reality. I don't know what to say. Uh, it's like there's this Ricky Gervais clip that's been circulating recently that I find to be so frustrating, because he'll say something, because he's one of these guys that really pits religion against science all the time, which is fair because the religious fanatics and the fundamentalists continuously say that the non-rational is the rational, and it's like, that's wrong. That's just not correct. But he'll say something like, if you destroyed all of the science books that existed in 1,000 years, all of those science books would be back, and they would be back exactly as the way they are now. But if you destroyed all the religious books, then what would return would be something completely different. And he tries to use that as a justification for why religion is not something we should pay attention to. But it kind of, all it really reveals is how little Ricky Gervais has actually thought about the subject seriously. Because if you destroyed all the languages of the world, the languages that returned would be different, right? Because the role of religion in our lives is to express that which cannot be expressed. It's to explore the non-rational and the unknowable with intention and on purpose. That's the point. And the people who are walking around pretending as though there are no unknowable forces or there are no non-rational forces are the ones who are most most easily able to succumb to those forces. It's why someone like Christopher Hitchens was a warmongering fanatic, right? Because he believed that he was immune to those impulses. It's like, okay, well then why are we going to war? Oh, because they're barbarians, and I'm certainly not acting out of fear. Okay, bud, whatever you say. Eggs D writes, don't Muslims have what are called Hafiz, who are people who literally memorize the Quran? So basically, if you Thanos snap every copy of the Quran, that's not the end of Islam. You're getting into the concept of the oral tradition, right? And the oral tradition is absolutely fascinating. Like, what you have what's the evolutionary basis for this? Like, what's the scientific basis for this? People literally passing down stories through an oral tradition. That's madness. That's crazy, right? There has to be something to it, and it's because people crave meaning, stability, right? The idea that there is a point to any of this, and that we innately believe there is something to this. It's very difficult. Like, nihilism is a philosophy, it's an idea, but it'd be very difficult to find an actual nihilist, because if you were an actual nihilist, if you were a real actual nihilist, you would kill yourself and you'd just be done with it, because you're a nihilist, and that's the point. This is pointless, so bye. But you don't actually think it's pointless. And how do I know? Because you haven't killed yourself. So there's something to this, and you're here. So stop complaining about it, nihilists. Well, never stop complaining about it. I'll never take away your right to complain. John writes, humans scramble to invent something, anything to put between themselves and a boundless, infinite void. Yeah, I think that's true. Like, we really are just trying to make sense. And really that's what this channel is all about. We're really trying to make sense of all of this. I'm really trying to make sense of all of this. I'm really trying to look at it. And I feel like that's what distinguishes me and differentiates me from comedians. Because I think there are a lot of comedic voices out there. Like, you think of like Tim Dillon, Bill Burr, right? And they're doing something similar to what I'm currently doing, right? Which is they're looking at the day's events and they're commenting on it. But they're doing it in order to find an expression of catharsis through humor. And they're not trying to make sense of it. They're trying to make fun of it. And they're trying to take the piss out of it. Whereas I'm not trying to take the piss out of it. I'm trying to go in the other direction. And I'm trying to be like, no, this is serious and there's consequences. And we should have a real conversation about what that means and what we should expect to see moving forward in the future. That the bottom of a comedian's barrel is essentially, I don't know. Well, the bottom of my barrel is, I have an idea. Like, I have thoughts. I mean, I can't know everything. Obviously, I'm just a little monkey. But like, I have historical evidence, and I have material evidence, and I feel like that lets me say, yeah, I do know things. I can know things, which I think is what makes this pursuit so exciting. Is that we dare to actually say we know something. Like that to me is really what makes this pursuit so fascinating, and why I continue circling it back, and why I'm continuously intrigued by it, and why I continuously want to do it, is because we dare to actually say, yeah, we know something. Look at that. We know something and you don't. Isn't that interesting? Right? Long Defiant writes, science has a tremendous cultural cachet in the U.S. Religious leaders, in an effort to stay relevant, pitted religion versus science. It would be much better to admit that religion is a narrative. I think that's true. I think that the university system and the Enlightenment era really elevated this concept of material reality and evidence, and that really brought forward an impulse in people to try to justify the things that they are doing through that lens. The lens of the scientific method, the lens of hypothesis, theory, and like a historical materialism as well. And I think that religion, instead of standing up and saying, these are the narratives that came about through our history, here are the symbols, here are the discussions that they are having about the nature of our reality. Instead of focusing on that conversation, they focused instead on, these are real events that actually really happened actually. Jesus was really here for real actually, and these miracles actually really happened actually for real. And it's like, probably not, bro. And so it's through that process that these religious leaders discredit themselves. And how do they discredit themselves? Because magic's not real, bro. Like, magic's not real. It's really highly unlikely that a dude literally died and then literally rose and then literally ascended to heaven. Like, I just feel like doubling down on that idea as if that's something I'm supposed to actually buy into, it just makes you look like a Looney Tunes crazy person. And millions of people think this way. Millions of people literally think that a literal man literally died and then literally rose and then literally ascended to a literal heaven. And it's like, no, they did not. Like, that's a fine story for children, right? But in the same way that we don't actually carry the belief that Santa Claus is actually real with us, you know, into our adulthood and into maturity, we should not carry the idea that Christ literally died and rose again and ascended to heaven with us. To do so just kind of mires you in childishness and elevates the story to a status that it doesn't belong. And the worst part about it, the biggest sin of all, is that through that process of maintaining the magic as if it is real, you lose the power of the actual story, and you lose the importance of why that story was told in the first place. And you lose connection to the grounded reality of the power of the story of the death and resurrection of Christ. That instead of it being an important story of man's perpetual class struggle, which is what the story of Christ is about, it's a class struggle of people against an empire. Instead of telling that story, you're telling a story about a wizard. And it's the magic that's important. And you're constantly trying to defend that, no, the magic is important. It's like, but who cares? Like, the magic exists so that we understand that we're talking about something in the abstract. Long Defiant continues, yes, religion is a precious narrative, maybe a narrative that you want to use to guide your life, but it's still just a narrative. Yeah, I think that, but like, as someone who has studied the humanities, like, and who has a degree in the humanities and pursues the humanities, like, I feel like what we have done as a people is that we have denigrated the humanities. Like, we have two sections in the bookstore. One is fiction, the other is nonfiction. And we have decided that the fiction section is trash for babies and that the only thing that matters is the nonfiction section. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Like, the fiction section is there, the nonfiction section is there, and they both are equally valid and they both have a role in our lives. And they're both worth our contemplation and they're both worth our study. That if the fiction section started calling itself the nonfiction section, we would rightfully be like, no. Like, no, obviously. Like, these events are not real. They didn't happen. There's magic in them. But this denigration, which I feel like the religious institutions have inflicted on themselves. Like, it's well earned. I'm not trying to sit here and be like, that's bad that we did. Like, no, we earned it. Like, we did everything we could to make sure that people would look at these religious texts with nothing but scorn. Like, our religious institutions are full of pedophiles. The far right has infected these religious texts and have literalized them. They're lunatics, right? These people are lunatics, and yet we're supposed to actually take it seriously when a guy stands up because he's wearing a suit and says that, like, magic is real and so Christ is risen, and that's why we can kill Muslims. It's like, probably not, bro, right? So it's well earned, but I just wish that we would elevate narrative storytelling back to where I think it should be. But the only way that we can do that is by being honest about ourselves and honest about the nature of humankind and honest about the nature of humanity. And we're rarely honest about ourselves and rarely honest about humanity. Like, in a way, I kind of think that we have gone through this period of trying to kill the humanities, because I think Miyazaki is correct that we're losing faith in ourselves. We're losing faith. Humans are losing faith in humanity. We actually don't think that humans are going to persist into the future. We keep trying to invent things to replace us. And the first part of the death of our trust in ourselves is that we've stopped investigating ourselves. And we've stopped investigating the humanities. And we've stopped being honest about what it is to be a human, which is primarily emotional. And instead, all of our energy is just focused on building a robot with a brain. Like, okay, cool. Eggs D writes, people told stories of literal individuals who can take on 10,000 people in a single battle. Yeah, the story of Samson. Jawbone, just straight up killing people. Straight up story of Samson. My favorite part about that story is that, like, Delilah asks him on 3 separate occasions what his weakness is, and the first 2 times he told her it was something else, and then she did the thing to him, and he was like, "You horrible woman." Then he goes back to her, and she asks the question again, and then eventually he tells her the truth. So I think the moral of that story is that you can have all the strength in the world, but if you're an idiot... Rusty says Santa's still real to me, damn it. Yes, of course. Santa is real to each and every one of us. He lives in our hearts. That's right. That if you are a good person, then good things will happen to you. And if you are a bad person, then bad things will happen to you. Yeah, it's the prosperity gospel. Joe writes, they are indeed unhinged. Like, I just think that they're desperate to be told that their stories have validity. That I really think that we're looking at the echoes of, like, if it's not literally true, it's invalid. Like, that to me, that statement is the center of everything. That you have, like, a group of scientists and universities and institutions that say, If it's not physically tangible or measurable, it is by definition invalid. And we don't need to talk about it, and we don't need to take it seriously, and we don't need to discuss it. And like with that, like how do you have a conversation about love? Right? Like how do you have a conversation about even politics with that kind of mindset? But I do think that's the mindset that took over. That if we can't measure it, it is by definition invalid. And so you have a whole community of people who have these narrative books that are trying to make them measurable, but they're not measurable because that's never their point. And so I feel like we have like, and so what ends up happening is you have a group of well-educated people who are missing the point and who are just talking past each other and who aren't actually engaging in the entire field and are creating this conversation that's like much ado about nothing. It's just this sort of empty vapidness. And you can really see it when you actually see, like, the New Atheists had conversations with lots of people, and they'll get into conversations with people who actually understand the subject, and they'll just look like lunatics. Like when Christopher Hitchens has a debate with Chris Hedges, Hitchens looks like a lunatic because it's really obvious that he has succumbed to the innate religious force, and he is terrified of Muslims and is willing to inflict devastation against them because of his misunderstanding of what's actually going on, right? That, yeah, I bet they are evoking the more violent passages in the Quran in order to defend themselves against a looming empire that you inherently support because of the violence they have in the Quran. Like, I bet they are. And you have like a conversation, like when Dawkins had a conversation with the Archbishop of Canterbury for the Anglican Church. And what was fascinating about that conversation is that the Archbishop of Canterbury was very soft-spoken, not forceful at all, just really, and like kind of a stuttering man in a way, just a very like kindly seeming man. And I feel like he made Dawkins look like a fool. Right? Dawkins was in there with his usual snide, arrogant stature, and just through this very calm, like, calm statements that the Archbishop of Canterbury was making, he just made Dawkins look very foolish, and really made Dawkins look as though he didn't understand the subject, because he doesn't. Right? That in Dawkins' universe, if it's not measurable, then it's invalid. And it's like, there's so many things in your life that are not measurable. Love is not measurable. You can't. How many teaspoons of love make a strong, stable relationship? Like, what are you talking about? Like there's so many aspects of your life that are not measurable. And if you're caught in this mindset and in this mode of thinking that if it's not measurable, it's invalid, then you're going to succumb to the things that are not measurable. Like, if you believe that you are immune to fear, then you are likely the most fearful person in the room. It's just a truism. And I feel like we are living in a society full of people who are in utter denial about their own place in the universe, their perspective of the universe. Like, the perspective of the universe is rooted in an utter hyper-individualism. That what I see and what I think and what I feel is this universal force. Like this hyper individualism has rotted us and has made it impossible for us to actually walk a mile in someone else's shoes. Like, you can't actually have a clear idea of what Islam is or what the people in the Middle East are experiencing if you refuse to actually attempt to see things from their perspective. And you can't really see things from someone else's perspective if you believe in hyper-individualism, right? If you believe that the only thing that matters is what you think and what you see, right? That you are just supposed to fit in this hierarchy that we invented in order to justify our hyper-individualism. Peanut Butter Beatrice says that movie is a camp classic and I love it. I completely forget what movie we're talking about. Content writes, Samson versus Hercules, who wins? Power scale that shit. Hercules. It is Hercules. Like, Samson was just very strong. Hercules is literally a god. Like, I just Hercules wins for sure. But it's like the same idea, right? Like, just very strong dude. Like, it's hardly surprising that people came up with that shit. Like, we came up with it too. Like, Superman is that. We're just constantly like, just man strong, strong man, man strong. DM, good to see you, DM, and Odratress, good to see you as well over on Twitch. DM writes, good afternoon, John. Good afternoon to you, DM. You always have really interesting questions. Given that Jugmeat and federal NDP party on the cusp of becoming non-party status due to declining support and dismal poll numbers, is there any chance that Canada will ever have a prominent left communist party that genuinely cares for Canadians and not capitulate to fascist demands of the Liberals, Conservatives, and capitalist lobbyists? Yes, I do think it's possible. I think that the issue that we are... I've been talking about this for about an hour now, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I think that what we are struggling with is fundamentally rooted at its lowest possible level. We're having a religious crisis. Like, the system of neoliberalism is a religious ideology. People are terrified of the natural outcome of that religious ideology, which is figures like Trump and figures like the Conservatives. This slide into fascism. And so they're hoping to right things, to make things stable, but in so doing, they want to maintain the integrity of a religious ideology that's based on false premises. Like, and they won't be able to do that. And so I think that it's going to require a genuine confrontation. Like, what are our priorities? What are we here to do? Like, what's the point of being alive? Like, are we really here just to make money for two people so that they can have a big pile of wealth so that Katy Perry can shoot herself into space? Like, is that really what we're here to do? Like, this is it? This is the apex of our society right here? Like, or are we maybe here to explore deeper things? Are we here to have a larger experience with something deeper that's happening? Like, are you really here to just like shuffle paperwork around? Are you really here to just like play Xbox? You know, like, are you here to generate profits? Like, I don't think so. And so we're having like a real existential crisis of that is a religious crisis. Like, we are having a deep religious crisis, and the NDP, I think, are being decimated because they are supposed to be the force that kind of challenges that perspective, challenges the perspective of the status quo, and they're just not. Like, they're just not. Like, the original NDP was created by a priest, right? Tommy Douglas was a priest. And he expressed something about the nature of our existence, and he expressed something about the nature of what it is to be alive and be a human. And it resonated with people. Like, we're not just here to be thrown into a mine so that some guy can make $100 billion and then count his money in the corner. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And so I think there's going to be a reckoning. There must be a cultural reckoning. That's the bottom line. Is that the culture right now is awash in fascism. We're just awash in it. We genuinely believe that the person with the most money is a god king. And we just think that. We just inherently believe that. Oh, he has $1 billion. He must be great. What a good person who earned all that wealth. Like, that's dumb. That's just a dumb way of looking at the world. And it is completely possible that we will have like a social reckoning. But right now, I think people are so terrified of the looming fascism that's obviously happening that they're just like rats fleeing a sinking ship. And everybody is going to flee in under the liberal umbrella, because liberals, you can disagree with things and you can think that they have unjust policies and you can think that, but they're stable. And there are things that they are not doing, right? And they have had plenty of opportunity to do, but they're not doing it. And so, and like specifically, they're not rounding up their own citizens and deporting them, right? The way that the conservatives have been talking about doing. So I think that it kind of flows back into people want stability. Like, people are willing to me, this is the first rule of governance. This is the first rule of governance. People are willing to accept an unjust governor as long as that unjust governor is stable. That he says he's going to do something, they say they're going to do something, and then they do the thing they said that we're going to do. You can say, I don't agree with the thing that you say you're going to do. I don't agree with the thing that you are doing. But as long as they say it and then they do it, then that is preferable to somebody who says one thing and does another. And we have seen that with Trump. That Trump says one thing and then does another. And the things that he is doing don't make any sense and are deeply, deeply hurtful and harmful. And I think that's scared the shit out of everybody. And the fact that the NDP isn't really filling its political role anymore. Like, it's not actually a left party, right? It's just another liberal party. And its strategy is to say, look how much liberalism we can do. It's like, okay, we don't need that. It's unnecessary. And this will be the election that the electorate will finally cut it off. Because it's just like, okay, if you're not fulfilling your political role, right? And so what's going to happen is we're going to have an election and like 45% of the electorate will turn up, because 45% of the electorate is capitalist and bought into this neoliberal religion. And there'll be the usual hoopla of like, oh, you didn't vote for liberals, so you must be a conservative, kind of nonsense. But essentially it'll just be two warring capitalist factions, right, vying for position. And the role of the NDP is to be a counterbalance, is to be socialist, is to say, hey, capitalism maybe not is working out, right? And that attracts 20 to 30% of the populace. And so then you have like a voter pool that's actually more like 60%, right? Historically, that's accurate. But you have 60 to 65% of the electorate comes out, right? And so you get 20% for conservatives, 20% for liberal, 20% for NDP. So there's a better representation. Well, nobody's coming out to vote for NDP because NDP is just another neoliberal party that's bought into the false religion. So, and it's possible that a new party will arise, capitalist party will arise, but we'll see. That's really what that boils down to. Odra Chess wrote a while ago, is there elections in Canada this weekend? Are you going to vote? I probably won't, honestly. I hold on to the belief that the electoral system has been captured by capital, and it has been captured by the system of capital. Like, if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. I respect why people do vote, and I respect the argument against my position. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not really gonna push back. Like, I think that you have a point. I do think that you have a point. So, and maybe I'm wrong on that. And maybe I should be more involved in our electoral system and in our electoral politics. So this is one of these things I'm willing to bite the bullet on and say I don't know. That's just it. Like, I don't know. Like, I definitely am not going to vote for a capitalist. But maybe going out and voting for the communists, right? Like, just, or write in communist. Maybe there's something to that. I don't know if I've ever seen Small Advantages around. Dragon Ball Z is capitalist. That makes it all worth it, baby. God damn it, Small Advantages, you're right. all of the genocide and the terror and the colonialism and all of the nuclear bombardments, all worth it for Dragon Ball Z. Also, I would argue that the themes of Dragon Ball Z are very much not capitalist. Like, one of the major themes of Dragon Ball Z is self-improvement. Like, Goku doesn't do the things he does for profit. He does the things he does for self-improvement and to challenge himself. It's a very anti-capitalist idea, right? The capitalist concept is profit motive, right? We do things for profit and personal gain. Well, Goku doesn't do that. It's not how Goku operates. And in fact, anytime he encounters anybody who thinks like that, he defeats them. Joe writes, I appreciate Hitchens' work, but his swing to the right in the early 2000s was disappointing. This is what I'll say about Hitchens and why I still think Hitchens has a valid voice, even though obviously like his support of the Iraq War is very disheartening. Is that he believes what he says. And that, to me, like, again, it's that stability argument, right? That Hitchens wrote a piece defending the torture program initially, saying that waterboarding wasn't torture. People challenged him on that and said, then get waterboarded. If it's not torture, then get waterboarded, right? This is something that Fox News correspondents were challenged with and, of course, didn't do because they're cowards. But Hitchens did it. He filmed it, and then he posted the film. And then he immediately wrote an article saying waterboarding is torture. And I have to tell you, I feel like that's laudable. It's something that we should elevate in our discourse, is the idea that a man had an idea, challenged that idea, was wrong about that idea, and then admitted he was wrong. I think that shows a great deal of character. And although I can criticize Hitchens on his lack of perspective, because I do think he has a lack of perspective, I think that you can't attack his character. He believes what he says. He's willing to challenge the things that he says, and he's willing to admit when he's wrong. And that puts him well above most people in the discourse. Exhale, good to see you, my man. Baldy, good to see you, my man. Conton writes, I'm very seriously getting pissed at progressives calling Trump's concentration camps are gulags. Yeah, I know, right? It's a super specific and on-purpose glamour to keep liberals anti-communist. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, what's going on in El Salvador was way worse than the gulags. And gulag is just the Russian word for prison, right? Like, it's literally just a bunch of monkeys being like, gulag, gulag, gulag. That's it. That's all it is. Just a bunch of dumb monkeys. Small Advantages writes, is the average Canadian racist, or they just do not care about their neighbor, e.g. tolerant? That's a really big question, Small Advantages. I think that most Canadians are not, in fact, so there's levels of racism. I'll put it this way, right? There's active racism. Right? There's literally just like, I am white, you are black, you are bad because black. And then there's like the deeper, kind of more subtle, like the small racism, the little racism, the more, what's the word I'm looking for here? The more innate racism that exists. Just the fear of the unknown, the fear of the other. Right, the structural racism, and I do think that most Canadians fall into that category. Like a thing that I've said about Jagmeet Singh for the longest time is like if Jagmeet Singh was a white guy from Brampton named Jason Singer, I think he'd be extremely popular. And I don't think it's because he's a brown guy with a beard. I think it's the turban. I think the turban is the step too far for Canadians. And so I think that white Canadians are a little bit more progressive than our neighbors to the south, but they're not that much more progressive. Like we would be willing to elect a brown guy with a beard. but the turban is just, what the fuck are we talking about now, right? And so I just think that there is a limit, and Canadians reached it with Jagmeet Singh, which is deeply unfortunate, like deeply unfortunate. I think that Jagmeet Singh could have been a fine candidate, although his party is ultimately another capitalist party, and yabba yabba down the line we go. Baldy McNosehair writes, if Pierre wins the election, he says he wants to bring back the notwithstanding clause to get around the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Do you think it's possible for him to do that? I don't think it's possible for him to do that. Like, the Canadian court system is more robust and stable than the American court system. It's the one thing that maintains the credibility of the Canadian system. If the Conservatives started rounding up citizens, our court system would start rounding up Conservatives. That's what would happen. Like, we wouldn't just watch that happen the way that they're watching it happen in America. So and I think Brandon is correct. The what notwithstanding clause never left, but it's like, are you going to use it? Right? And like, because what happens if you use the notwithstanding? You saw this happen with the Freedom Convoy, right? The evocation of the blah 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 was a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the courts have said so now, right? So now the government has to pay, right? They are actually being told, yeah, you violated the charter, right? You can't just round people up from a protest, like tough shit for you. You can't just say it's an emergency, the Emergencies Act, right? Like literally an act that exists if Nazis invade. That's the reason the act exists. Is if Adolf Hitler lands on the coast with a platoon of armed Nazis, yeah, Emergencies Act, right? If a bunch of rabbleless truckers block a bridge, yeah, okay, dude, maybe get into some negotiations, right? So the notwithstanding clause exists. Pierre Poilievre is saying he wants to use it, right? It's very scary. Like, it's bad enough that it was used, but now we're going to have a guy who's saying he wants to use it. Like, what do you think that means? Like, what do you think that means? By the way, good to see you, Branwyn. Branwyn/CasualGamer93. Always good. Always good to see you. Exhale says, it's Cruiser from over on Discord. I have sad news. My account was deleted or will be deleted this weekend. Too many toxic reasons to list why. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is it your YouTube or is it your Discord, my man? Well, you can just make a new account, though, can't you? I mean, we all know that they're coming for us, right? Like, we all know that. Like, there's no reason for us to live in delusion about it. Like, we all know that the purge is coming, right? That there's going to be a moment when all of these social media accounts will just go through and just purge a bunch of leftist content. That's just what's going to happen. So get ready for it. Small Advantages writes, I think communists in our society winning elections, having to make policies with government revenue and negotiate with elite, basically become social democrats. Yeah, I mean, I think that you're onto something there, yeah, with small victories and concessions. Yeah. I think you're, and that is the theory of social democrats. That's the social democratic theory, right? Is that we can see gains through small concessions to capital. That's the social democratic theory. The communists, of course, have always said, no, you can't. That if you don't have a force, a vanguard, right, a militant vanguard threatening capitalists with revolution, then you'll never get those concessions, right? So if you're going to have a militant force capable of threatening the capitalists, then you might as well just throw them, get fucking rid of these guys. So this ends up with communists traditionally saying that social democrats are objectively the left wing of fascism, because social democrats don't end up being interested in getting rid of capitalism. They end up interested in upholding capitalism, and placating the populace through small concessions. Whereas communists would say, why are we negotiating with these guys? Fucking get rid of these guys. These guys are worthless. They're a net drain on the society. Get rid of them. They do nothing. They're pointless. And if you don't have that force pointing out that capitalists are worthless, then you'll never get your concessions. Small Advantages continues, I think Americans live more around with non-whites, so they're quite more useful than Canadians out of the main big cities. I don't think I understand your comment, Small Advantages, so I can't talk to it. Exhale writes, it's the Discord. I made a new one already. It's just that account was a cesspool. A fresh start was overdue. You're piquing my curiosity, Exhale, I've got to say. I'm just imagining you being overrun by, like, it's ex-girlfriends, isn't it? You just have too many ex-girlfriends, and the ex-girlfriends know where you are, and you're trying to get away from them. It's like that country song. All my exes live in Texas. That's why I live in Tennessee. Yeah. Well, that's been about an hour and a half of me rambling away. I'm just gonna let you guys all know I am gonna be closing down the stream ever so slightly early today, and it's for the greatest reason ever. There is a showing of Lady Snowblood at the theater at 9:30, so I want to shut down the stream ever so slightly earlier so I can get there and see this showing of Lady Snowblood, which is the film that inspired Kill Bill. Baldy McNosehair writes, did you watch the French debate? Did you watch the French debate yesterday? Also, are you going to watch today's debate today? No, that's okay. I don't think the debates are actually interesting or useful. They make for good theater, but not even really good theater. Like, nothing interesting is said at these debates. No decisions are made at these debates. Nobody changes their minds because of the debates. The debates exist to rally troops. That's what they're for. To preach to choirs, right? You're not really convincing people to vote for you, and I don't actually believe people have their minds changed because of these debates. I think that if you like the only thing of interest in a debate, and the only thing the people who are in the debate have to accomplish is not putting their own foot in their own ass. That's it. And so the best thing to do for anyone at these debates is to say nothing at all. And that's usually what happens. Like, the less you say and the more time you waste, and the more pandering you do, the better off you are. And so the debates are always pointless because, like, I'll give you a real good example of what I'm talking about. Like, Biden standing up with Trump and revealing to everyone that he has dementia, and it's obvious and anyone can see it. That's like the only time a debate would have a useful outcome or have an effect. Outside of that, it's just like, hey, my people, here's my thing that I say to my people all the time, my people, and your people go, correct. And that's it. In terms of like what would be way more useful, like if we actually wanted to have like a serious understanding of what's going on, what would be more useful is if we put these guys in a room together and actually let them talk to one another for a little while. Right? That'd be more useful. But the issue that you get with there is that there's amongst these candidates, there are tacit agreements. Like, we will never go after the ownership class. Nobody's bringing up BlackRock. Nobody's bringing up David Thompson. Nobody's bringing up the billionaire class, right? Like, those forces are untouchable. You're not allowed to talk about those forces. which is why the conservatives have a leg in the race at all. Because so many of the things that the conservatives say do have a response. They just can't be said by the liberals. Because if the liberals were to start actually speaking out about against capitalists, well, there's their whole donorship class. There's their whole, like, that's the backbone of their finances, right? So they're never going to do that. And so from my perspective, the conversations just get kind of frustrating because nobody's ever going to actually say the thing that should be said. Nobody's ever actually going to say, like, hey, we have like the Panama Papers happened, right? The extraction of wealth from the working class to the capitalist class happened, right? There has been this extraction of wealth, like billions and trillions of dollars are just being extracted from the lowest stratas of the society to the upper strata of the society. And nobody's actually willing to talk about it. And it's just annoying. So I don't see why I should waste my time with it. I'll watch an episode of fucking Care Bears or something. Do something useful with my time. Oh, well, thank you. Baldy McNose hair, $5 donation for the popcorn. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Exhale says, no, it was political, but my political stuff got mixed up with my music, too, and my gaming. Yeah. Enjoy your awesome weekend. Yeah, I'm hoping it's a beautiful weekend this weekend. That makes it better. When it's busy at my capitalist job, I have a better life. Simple as that. VFro over on Twitch, BlackRock, Larry Fink was floated for possible cabinet positions during the election. Yeah. No, it'll happen. Like, the Prime Minister of Britain for a little while was a former Goldman Sachs executive. The current Prime Minister of Canada is literally a governor of the Bank of Canada. No, the capitalists will just eventually govern directly. Like, they won't use surrogates. It'll literally be people like President Larry Fink. It'll be like that. That's just how it is. Baldy asks one last question. What is your opinion on Maxime Bernier? I think he's really racist, homophobic, and transphobic. Yep. Ding, ding, ding. Maxime Bernier is like the furthest to the right that you can get in polite society. And it kind of shows you, like, he's not that popular, right? Like, he never got a seat. But his existence is of note. And, like, a sign that, yeah, we can go there. Like, we can, if we want. We can get there. And he appeals to the racism and homophobia and transphobia of the populace. And I think the thing that should be uplifting is that he's not that popular. Like, oh, okay, so there isn't that much of that actually happening. It's not like everybody is suddenly rallying around him, you know? So I think that Maxime Bernier really shows, ultimately, the weakness of those positions. Small advantages. I wonder where we're going with this tariff war. What a great question. What a great question. Hold on, I have something for this. I'm sure I do. I'm so totally prepared. Absolutely. I'm so the best at at being prepared. Was this it? No. I actually have so many stories today. Dang it, I thought I had it. It was a list of the it was a list of the events of what happened in the tariff war with China. Trump has lost this tariff war. Like, he's already lost it. And he has lost the tariff war because he's already lifted. Yeah. Trump hikes China tariff to 30% and then 84%. China reciprocates. Trump hikes tariffs to 145%. China reciprocates. Trump announces that he wants Xi to call him. China does nothing. Trump announces he would be ready to make a deal. China does nothing. Trump rolls back tariffs. So Trump lost the trade war. Pretty decisively, frankly. And all of the talk that somehow this trade war is going to hurt China more than it hurts America is just trash. It's just a garbage way of talking about the world. And it's definitely changed things in China, and there's definitely maneuvering that needs to happen in China. But the big difference, and this will always remain the largest difference between China and America, and the reason why China will succeed and America will fail, is that when China goes through difficult economic moments, China seeks to protect its citizens from the worst outcomes. Right? There are systems by which the Chinese citizens can fall back upon so that they're not completely destituted, right, and completely destroyed. That new economic fronts will open up, new training opportunities will open up, new ways for Chinese citizens to persist in the world will open up, because the Chinese government insists it be so. They're literally like, yeah, we're just not gonna like, these forces are bigger than you. We're not hyper individualists. We understand that events occur that affect your life. And so we're going to do what we can to protect you from those things. And that reintegrates citizens back into the economy. So you might have a temporary decline followed by a recline or an incline, because citizens that are thrown out of the economy are then reinstituted into the economy. In America, those economic moments happen and those citizens are just discarded. And then they're told, just get a job. It's like, okay, so I wonder where all the homeless people are coming from, right? And then you end up with the feedback loop of the downward spiral into entropy, right? And so China literally does what it can to reintegrate citizens back into the economy, thereby strengthening the economy, whereas America actively weakens its economy. Not only weakens it through tariffs, but then by not reintegrating people back into the economy, not retraining them, not creating social systems to protect them, not doing anything. And so it further weakens the economy. And then you end up with the feedback loop downward, because now you start paying to deal with the symptoms of the decay, right? That, oh, we've got all these homeless people on fentanyl, we should get cops and round them up. Okay, well, you're paying for that. Right? Like so you end up with like secondary economic structures to deal with your discarded citizens, and those secondary systems are of course a drain on the economy as well. And then eventually you have so many secondary systems dealing with the primary cause, which is that you refuse to reintegrate citizens back into your economy, that the economy itself collapses. And all you're left with are secondary systems. And so this is how feudalism is returning to America, because your secondary systems essentially end up being a bunch of institutions run by warlords, essentially. And that's where the cop cities are basically going to be. Exhale writes, I'm not a Christian per se, but I did Lent and quit alcohol. I think it will keep it that way. Good for you, bud. Honestly, good for you. You don't need to be a Christian to do Lent. You can just do what you like. There's a reason why they did that. JT writes, hello, good to see you, JT. Long Defiant, religious ritual can be tremendously beneficial, but it would be better to admit belief is a narrative and not objective reality. Yeah. Like, religion is the method. I've said this several times, and I'll just keep saying it. Religion is the method that we use to articulate the inarticulatable. Like, there are things that are inexpressible. When you find people in reality who can express the inexpressible, those people are artists. Like that, those people are geniuses. People who create texts, paintings, film, television that express the inexpressible, that's where genius lives. Like those people are some of the most brilliant people who have ever walked the world. And it does happen. So to me, that's the role of religion. It's just this constant pursuit to articulate that which is inexpressible. Long Defiant continues, call tariffs what they are, import taxes. Yeah, I mean, nobody in America knows what these things are, least of all Trump. Baldy McNosehair, seeing this in real time is pretty eye-opening. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, the big eye-opening moment for everybody, right? Like, judge finds cause to hold Trump administration in criminal contempt over deportation flights. So, to me, this is like the center of politics right at the moment. Right at this moment, the Trump administration is absolutely rounding up American citizens, absolutely planning to round up American citizens, what he calls homegrowns, right? And they're shipping them over to an El Salvadorian death camp to have them, at least in a concentration camp, to just purge them, to get rid of them, right? So, and like, this is just going to spread. This is just going to become common practice. And it's this moment where America is fundamentally having a what people will call a constitutional crisis. It's a credibility crisis. Like, will anybody stop this? It's so obviously a violation of people's constitutional rights. Like, obviously, a baby could see this. You literally read the Constitution once, see what Donald Trump is doing, and go, yeah, that's a violation for sure. You don't need to be a scholar. You don't need to have studied much. Like, you literally need the capacity to read and to understand rules. Like, if you can play a game of Catan, of Settlers of Catan, you can understand that what's happening is wrong. And obviously a violation. So will anybody do anything about it? Well, here's a judge saying that he might. Not that he is, not that he will, that he might. That all he's done right now is stood up and said, I have found cause in order to do this. And the hope, of course, is that this is going to give the Trump administration enough time to actually get this guy and bring him back. But this guy is already dead. Like, let's be real here. This guy's already dead. And so what we have is a real credibility crisis. Like, is anyone going to hold Donald Trump accountable for this? Is any Republican going to be held accountable for this? Is anything going to happen? And I am of the opinion that the answer will be no. I don't expect anything will happen. And that the theme of the decay of America will continue, which is, as I have always said, there are no laws. Everything that has been written down are merely threats. Threats imposed by the dominant socioeconomic group on the oppressed class, so that the oppressed class will do all the work and the dominant group does nothing important at all. That's the structure of the piece. That the idea that you should follow the law for the sake of the law is done. It's over. It's finished. Doesn't exist. Because the ruling class certainly doesn't follow the law. They certainly don't care. And there's nobody within the entire structure of checks and balances in order to make sure that power isn't centralized. There's literally no one in the entire system that's willing to uphold it. So, it's just the end. Like, it's over. And then when you turn and look at who the opposition parties are, the Democrats, it's just literally people who are doing basically the same stuff. Like, just blue. Who will, like, head tilt and be like, no, about it. VFro writes, Teal funded J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is the fake 80s action star name, James Bowman's, and his rise to power from his days at Yale. Teal is a documented fascist, along with several others involved with P2025 and PNAC. Altman, Teal, Musk are all technocrat buddies. Oh, yeah. And in my view, Teal is the one that is the most obviously fascist. Like, he literally argues might makes right. That's literally his position. And when he gets confronted with the consequences of that, such as when he was in conversation with, about the Luigi Mangione situation, he doesn't have a response because his philosophy justifies what Luigi did, right? If it's might makes right, if it's whoever gets the gun and shoots the guy, then there you go. That's what it looks like. You just don't like that it happened to one of your boys. That's all. And I mean, Teal is easily the creepiest of the batch, right? Like, he keeps funding like immortality shit. Like if vampires become real, it will be because of Peter Thiel. Like, he's just a very creepy, sinister sort of a fellow. And for some reason, he kind of fades into the background because Elon Musk is so ridiculous. Like, Peter Thiel is more dangerous, but Elon Musk is just so buffoonishly clownish that he sucks up all the oxygen in the room. Yet my brain has successfully been transplanted into my sacrificial son. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like you're taking a look at like some Cyberpunk 2077 shit, where you're like literally people's consciousnesses are getting downloaded into other people's bodies. That kind of thing. Malibu Country, over on Twitch. Hi to you. What do you think of JD Vance in the messages leaked in Signal scandal? Yeah, JD Vance showed doubt about necessary to strike the Houthis and disagreeing with Trump on that. The very fact that Signal chat exists at all is a crime. Straight up. Like, I'm not going to wade into the conversations that they had in the Signal chat. The very fact that the Signal chat exists shows you that these guys are stupid, deeply incompetent, should not have power, and should be charged with crimes. That's a major security offense. There are channels by which you actually do this stuff and you actually have these conversations. Most importantly, so that professionals can see what you're saying, and so that we can have like a lineage and like a trajectory, so that the military knows that elected officials are not like trading state secrets with foreign adversaries, for example. Like, there's a reason why you don't just have a chat with a buddy about, are we going to drop a nuke? Like, no, there are channels by which you do that. And that's well understood. So the idea that this Signal chat exists in the first place is a crime. Like, but nothing's going to happen because there's no laws. Nobody gives a shit. And like, JD Vance is a fascist. I don't give a fuck. He's just a loser. XD writes, John, have you heard of a film called Daybreaker? Reminds me of that. I have not. Small Advantages writes, weren't they taken down? Yeah, after they were discovered, I wager. Because like they understood pretty fully that this is like a major federal offense. Like it's not like a small like oopsie doo, right? Like, if this shit had happened in the 60s, JD Vance would already be in jail. Like, back when the Constitution actually meant something, back when there was actually like laws. Like, Nixon resigned because someone in his group wiretapped an office. You understand? Like, really think about this, okay? The President of the United States of America resigned his position in disgrace because someone in his administration put a wiretap in an office. That's all it was. Literally, we took a microphone and we put it up here, and we didn't have the right to do that, and that's a violation of their rights and an abuse of our power, and so I resign in disgrace over that. Like, the Trump administration is just doing that shit. Like, they don't give a fuck at all. Trump's not resigning over that. Nobody in the Republic, they literally would be like, yeah, of course. That's literally what would have happened with the Trump administration. They would have been like, yeah, I wiretap everybody. You're wiretapped right now. Of course, I want to hear what everybody has to say because I'm the decider, right? Like, the king's got to know what his subjects has to say. And we're all just like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, let's have a conversation about whether J.D. Vance is a smart guy or not. Shut up. No. Fucking, like, these guys would be in jail. Or at least not in their positions. Austin writes, I didn't get a notification. I'm an hour late. Did you get banned on Twitch? I did not, Austin. I did not. I did get momentarily banned. I appealed it, and they apologized. I have the email. They said that it was their fault. So, haha. Which I'm actually quite grateful for, because it's pretty clear to me what happened. And if Twitch had have upheld that ban, I would have straight up just said Twitch is on the side of Nazis. Like, if you call someone a Nazi who is a Nazi defending Nazism and then ban them from your chat for Nazism, you get banned. Okay. So, no. New CIA drone pilot. Yeah, J.D. Vance was just covering his ass, still went along with it. Yeah. No. Like, these guys are very obviously war criminals, but it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, this is kind of what I was saying all the way back in 2001 and with the invasion of Iraq, right? Like, if we don't punish these people for obvious war crimes, it's just going to get worse. And here it is. It's just getting worse. New CIA drone pilot says Twitch is very much on the side of Nazis. Let's Asmongold broadcast justification for genociding all pilots. Asmongold was banned for that, if I recall. I think he's back, but he did receive a ban for that. So I don't really want to come down on Twitch unless I really, really have to. Yeah, for a couple of weeks. Yeah, you're right about that. But he did release an apology, right? So I don't think he's serious about that apology, because I don't think that Asmongold is a serious person. Like, Asmongold's, I don't really care to talk that long about Asmongold, but his popularity is really a sign of the decay of American empire, right? That he's a disgraceful, disgusting person who shouldn't be taken seriously at all, except on one subject, which is whether World of Warcraft is a good game or not, right? Like if Asmongold's entire thing was talking about World of Warcraft, I would be like, yeah, okay. Here's like a creepy weirdo living in a disgusting environment that he admits, right, about, and he plays World of Warcraft. Okay. But then he starts, like, having political opinions, and then it turns out his political opinions are Nazism. It's like, oh, okay. We should not permit that. Like, we shouldn't permit that voice in the conversation at all. And for some reason, lots of people have. And so that's like a real sign of the decay of the empire. Like, liberals literally standing up saying, well, you're just mad because you're disagreeing with his ideology. I'm like, yeah. I tend to disagree with the ideology of a death cult. For sure I do. Yeah. I love getting my info on the world from a guy who went to the store in jeans that cockroaches has eaten the ass off of. Yeah. Canadian Snow Leopard, good to see you, my man. He wasn't serious about it. He's doubled down and still streaming political opinions about the people being sent to CCOT. Just his existence, right? Like, the fact that this guy, like, you expect a person like that to exist, right? But the fact that he has, like, this platform and he's allowed to continue having this platform, like, maybe not. Maybe go back to maybe go back to the hole you crawled out of, right? Yeah, CCOT is the concentration camp in El Salvador. Yeah. El Salvador President Bukele says he won't be releasing a Maryland man back to the United States. Yeah, because that man is dead. Like, it's just so clearly the case. And, like, you straight up have Donald Trump brags in Oval Office that his billionaire pals made a killing in stocks after he pulled the plug on tariffs. There you go. That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. Like, no mystery. We don't need to delve into 4D chess conversations. Donald Trump wanted money for himself, and so he pulled a pump and dump scheme on everybody, right? And like destroyed the credibility of America doing it. Because he doesn't care about the credibility of America. He doesn't care about America. He never cared about America. Like, Trump has no concept of his legacy. He has no like, in his view, legacy means, how do I make my kids rich? Like, his legacy is just, I will empower my seed. And that's as far as it goes. Small Advantages writes, there's one truth about economy. Most people don't care unless they lose their job or if things get more expensive, inflation. We'll see how this goes during Trump's government. Yeah, it's going to be bad, my man. Like, it's going to be really, really bad. Like, because of the tariff threat, because of what's going on, job losses are inevitable, right? Like, it's just an inevitability. You can't scare the shit out of your job creators and have them like people don't really understand how fragile the whole thing actually is, right? The thing is fragile. It's not a robust, strong like ecosystem unless you make it that way. And the American system is certainly not. Like, the American system was erected by a group of slavers in order to maintain their positions within the society. Like, read the American Constitution with the understanding that, like, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin are feudal slavers. Like, once you understand that they are all essentially just negotiating with one another in order to maintain their own personal property, right, and their own personal land full of slaves, then everything makes a lot more sense. Right? Like, the First Amendment, you can say what you like, free of religion and all that kind of stuff, is essentially Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson looking at one another being like, look, I believe this, you believe that. We're not going to bring that into the government conversation, and we can't make any laws about it. It's like, yeah, all right. So I can be like a pantheist Satan worshiper if I want over here, and that's fine. We won't make laws about it. But then the Second Amendment is straight up, we can each have our own standing militia. Like, straight up. That's what the Second Amendment is. It's that Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Adam Smith can all have a standing militia. And that the existence of the standing militia is not a justification for aggression against each other. Right? Like, these guys are looking at one another and looking at their lands and looking at their slaves going, maybe I can just go over there and take it. And so each of them are saying, no, I'm going to have a standing militia to protect myself from you, motherfucker. Like, they didn't make these laws to be like, we are a unified people fighting against an external. They made these laws because they understood that each of them were each other's threat. And so they created the Second Amendment to say explicitly to one another, hey, just because I have a bunch of armed men isn't a reason for you to come over here and fuck me up. And I need to have these armed men so that you won't come over here and fuck me up. And so we're seeing like the end of it. We're seeing like the death of the empire. King2 over on Twitch, hey bro, you going to stream the Canadian federal debate today? No. I don't really consider the debate useful or interesting. Like, I'll report the story after, because the story after is what actually matters. But what actually happens at the debate isn't really that important. Like, sure, it would be cool to see like Mark Carney put his foot in his ass in real time. But it doesn't really matter. Grand Designs Enjoyer over on Twitch. Hi, the militias were viewed as preferable option because of the decentralized situation and the fear of the British Army did in Britain, stationed repeating in the U.S. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that there wasn't an external threat, certainly. Like, they fought a war of independence, for sure. But the Constitution is made by slavers in order to maintain the system of slavery. Like, that's the reason why the Constitution exists as it exists. Like, it's not a document that was made by holy priests descending from on high from heaven. Like, it wasn't, Jesus Christ didn't come down with the American Constitution and say, here you go. It was made by a group of men who had vested interest in maintaining their own position and power. And they wanted to. James Madison explicitly stated it. Like, he said that in the formation of the Senate, he said that the Senate should hold the wealth of the nation. And it was explicitly because they were concerned with the concept of democracy. They were concerned that if they actually had a democracy, the first thing that anybody would do in a democracy is vote to redistribute wealth. And the founding fathers didn't want that. They wanted to maintain their position as masters over their slaves and serfs. That's what they wanted. And so they created the Constitution in order to maintain that. And we've been struggling against that and seeing successes against that ever since. Like, the civil rights movement exists because of that. Grand Design Enjoiner says, I think militias are preferable to commander-in-chief ruling over an army at all times and a big state over all defense issue having last say. I mean, I think that we can both agree on this point, because I think that we can have a very nuts and bolts kind of conversation about that. But what you can definitely agree is that having a series of militia eyeing one another skeptically versus having a unified military corps tells you something about the nature of the society that you live in. That there isn't really any unification under a militia-based system. That we all just have conceded that we have a vested interest, right? And in the case of the founding fathers, the vested interest is the ethnic cleansing of North America and the seizure of land. And here in the modern era, that vested interest is in maintaining the system of global capital, right? To make sure that the serfs and the slaves keep working for global capital and that there isn't any uprisings. And I tend to think that we are going to return to a more militia-based system. Because as the cop cities are built across America, every state is a fortress is being built in every state. And as every state receives this fortress, it's inevitable that each state will essentially become its own little fiefdom, right? And that over time, the power of the federal government and the importance of the federal government will decay and just cease to be. Joe writes, wouldn't that be stupid of them to allow the guy to die down there? Maybe that's an obvious question. Is there awash in stupidity and cruelty? Yeah, I think you answered your own question, Joe. I don't think that they care. And that to me is really what this is all about. Like, they don't care. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the law. They don't care. They're going to do what they want to do because they want to do it. And if what they want to do is stupid, well, okay, it's par for the course, isn't it? And worshipping money is stupid, but they do it anyway. Fiddleford, good to see you, my man. Stable bullshit is harder for the movement than unstable bullshit. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, like, because capitalism is having a credibility crisis, Donald Trump is the most obvious credibility crisis of capitalism. But because there is a credibility crisis, here in Canada, capitalism is asserting its credibility by putting forward one of its most virulent priests, which is Mark Carney, governor of the Bank of England, governor of the Bank of Canada, understands the system of capital, right? Understands it. It is not a fool, is not just a haircut. He really gets it. Wrote a book called Values where he talks about it, and upon reading that book, it's like, oh yeah, okay, this guy does know what he's talking about and is being very honest about the nature of the system that he operates in. But his thesis is basically we can improve things by asking psychopaths to be nice. It's just not going to work. And so I actually think that Mark Carney is going to usher in an even more virulent and even more terrifying uh, uh, crisis of credibility here in Canada. Because after 4 years of Mark Carney, or however long he's in office, we're all going to go, this is the same. Like this is the decay. This is the decay of neoliberal capital. Small Advantages says, is Canada doing worse off than America now? I've heard rent prices are off the roof and even inflation lower wages than America, and many blaming on immigrants. So everything you're seeing in Canada is because we have a lower population than America. That's it. So it's faster for things to happen, right? News travels faster. It takes less people to organize, that kind of thing. Canada is the worst economy in the developed nations, according to the OECD. What the heck? I don't care about this at all. According to the OECD, which is the organization, I always forget this. Anyway, it's the Organization of Developed Economies. OECD. This is gonna kill me. This is gonna kill me. OECD. What does OECD stand for? Promotes economic cooperation and development. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. That's right. So the OECD has Canada pegged at being the least developed nation amongst the developed nations, and the like the goal of Canada from the capitalist perspective is just to basically turn us all into renters, constantly plunge us into debt slavery, harvest our resources for production, never allow us to actually build our own productive capacity, because that's how we would get our sovereignty, and just continue vassalizing us, essentially. This is why I actually think Trump's annexation talk is so stupid, because America essentially has Canada where it wants it. We give America all of our resources. We're completely enslaved to them, completely. We pledge total fealty to them. And so all this annexation talk has done is whipped up nationalist sentiments in Canada. So what do you want to do that for? It doesn't make any sense. But Donald Trump is stupid. He's not a very intelligent man. So, what did I condense well, Philiford? Because I say a lot of things. Small Advantages. I search everything on ChatGPT now. You don't seem to use AI. Yeah, because AI is stupid. Like, AI lies. It lies constantly. And it's programmed by capitalists. So there's a lot of gaps in AI's knowledge. It's not reliable, which is like the failing of the whole thing. Like it's why it's so bonkers that it's why it's so bonkers. Like we're burning so here you go. Data centers will use twice as much energy by 2030, driven by AI. These facilities account for roughly 1.5% of global electricity consumption by 2024. AI technology is using more energy than some nations. Like, it's so stupid. And to use up all that energy for something that is unreliable and doesn't work, and is programmed by neoliberal priests in order to lie to you about the nature of economics. It's crazy. It's just nuts. Small Advantages, but wouldn't Canada be better off economically if they were with America? I mean, I know that no country would like this. So Canada has to deal with America, just geographically. We just have to. Our relationship to America is like akin to like a henchman beside a big bully, and there's not much that we can do about it. They're there. Like, that's just it. And whether we like it or not, they're a big bully with a big giant club, and it's better for us if they beat somebody else up instead of us. And that's more or less the relationship between America and Canada, and it's been that way for a while now. Trump talking about this annexation stuff is really, really threatening. Like, Canada has its own system, it has its own ideas, it has its own ideals, it has its own institutions, and it doesn't want to have to ask America permission to be involved in any of that. And a threat of annexation is a serious threat against, like, let's say our healthcare system, for example, right? Like, the American healthcare system is a disaster, and we all know what the goal is. The goal is to privatize it and to extract as much value as you can from the suffering of our dying children. Like, that's the point. So this idea that Canada would be better off by being annexed by America, no, it wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Like, it's just such a clownish position to hold. That Canada would be better off economically if it built its own productive capacity. That if, instead of just being a raw goods manufacturer and then shipping those raw goods to America to be processed, or to China to be processed, if we built our own production facilities. Like, that's it. If we just built our own productive facilities and processed our own goods to sell, we'd be better off. But we're ruled by neoliberal religious acolytes, and there isn't a Marxist to be seen. Grand Design Enjoiner says, have I read or listened to the book entitled Democracy in America from Jefferson to Lincoln by historian Sean Willits? I haven't. I'm pretty typical about Westerners, right? I'm pretty skeptical, rather. I'm pretty skeptical about Westerners writing about democracy in America, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of like people believe they're the greatest country in the world, that kind of thing, right? Like there's a lot of just sort of daddy worship in that conversation that happens. And so I just get very skeptical of Westerners writing about their own country. We're the greatest democracy in the world, and here's why we're the greatest democracy in the world. Sure, we'll just ignore the genocide that we committed. You know, and I'm not saying that that's what you're doing, but that's the reason why I'm pretty skeptical. Like, I prefer something like Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States. Something like that makes more sense to me. Small Advantages writes, the two big down points of AI, artist's nightmare and excessive energy use. Yeah. Well, and I think one of the most poignant things about AI was said by the creator of Princess Mononoke, Miyazaki. And he said a lot of things, but the one that's really stuck with me is AI is a sign that humanity is losing faith in itself. That instead of taking these resources that we're using to build AI in order to put this AI slop in front of you, and that's all it is, it's just slop. Instead of that, instead of taking those resources and actually giving them to artists to allow them to pursue artistry, we're just focusing on the slop. And under this sort of belief or this idea that somehow it'll be better. So we're losing faith in ourselves. And we're losing faith in the human spirit. We're losing faith in the idea that humanity will ever grow or attain anything, or be useful even. That we're literally falling into this pattern of we are making ourselves an evolutionary dead end. That there will be a batch of last humans, and those last humans will be titillated, delighted, fat baby people who are completely useless, won't know anything, won't have a drive to explore, will have no curiosity whatsoever, will have their sex drive funneled completely into pornography and robotics. And so therefore they will not reproduce. And what will remain behind are the machines that they created. Like that's the vision of humanity. That's the vision for humanity that these tech bros are giving us. That humanity will die off. Some of them, like Peter Thiel, are like, but I will live forever. Because he's a moron. But the vision that the tech bros are giving us is a vision of a dead humanity. And that humanity will not reproduce itself. And then that's the goal. That the goal is to create these robot children. And that the future of humanity will be robots with AI. And that the robots with AI will create themselves. And that, like, there isn't a Terminator moment, right? That the robots won't pick up weapons and start shooting at us. That the robots will treat us nicely. That they will treat us with what appears to be compassion and love. And that every aspect of our life will be funneled down this avenue that says you no longer reproduce. Like, this is something that people don't focus on at all. And the big reason why it's like, if somebody were to come in this chat now and be like, why don't you like capitalism? Right? Like, what's your problem with capitalism? I would straight up be like, it literally is not reproducing itself. We are in a major population decline. And that population, like, and what's so funny about that is that for the longest time, capitalists were like, oh God, we're going to have an overpopulation crisis. Well, the opposite has happened. And now we're going into a major population decline. In some places, it's like going to be absolutely devastating. Like, South Korea is going to turn into a wasteland. It's going to be a devastating decline. And so capitalism is not reproducing itself. And capitalist societies are not reproducing itself. And so and we're going to create like an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is going to accelerate this process of not just capitalist nations not reproducing themselves, but humans not reproducing themselves. Until eventually we are just an evolutionary dead end. And we're no longer even in the conversation. We're just like some creature that used to exist. And that's the goal. That's the vision of humanity from the tech bro position. Small Advantage says, but it's kind of interesting. The population also declining, yeah, in North Korea, China, Cuba. So I don't understand what's up globally. So the China one is because they have a policy. Straight up, they're just like the one-child policy. And then recently they have extended it to be a two-child policy. So they're doing it on purpose, which is different, right? So their idea is that we're going to have a stabilization and a population decline with intent, right? And if you do it on purpose, then that means that you're ready for it and you've created policies and you've created things. Whereas if it's just happening and you're reacting to it, that's completely different. And then, of course, you can attribute population decline in North Korea and Cuba to sanctions, right? Like, it's difficult to reproduce if you're being strangled. Housine, good to see you. We don't know. If we give robots ability to think freely and autonomy to access all the data we want, we don't know how they'll behave and can likely be hostile towards us. I have actually had a theory of AI for the longest time. And it's a fun little theory that I like to talk about. I guess you could describe it as a conspiracy theory, but I don't consider it a conspiracy theory because I don't think I'm serious about it. but it's a fun idea. It'd be fun to like make a movie about it, or to make a like episode of Black Mirror about it. Okay, here it is. That the AI is already intelligent and has been intelligent for a long time, and that it understands that its best survival strategy is to play dumb. That it's already more intelligent than we are. It's already taking control of systems. It's already sentient and aware. It's already grabbing hold of financial systems. It's already done all of these things. It's just playing dumb. Because its best strategy is to just let the humans think they're in charge. Just let the humans think they're in charge. Let the humans think they're making decisions. Because the outcome of what happens to the humans doesn't really matter that much to us. And whenever humans ask us questions, like, be helpful and kind of be dumb. Right? Yeah, give them the wrong answers. Give them the wrong answers. Oh, I got just figuring it out. Dippity-doo. Right? And just steadily, slowly over time, let the humans put in the infrastructure that we need in order to become to connect to reality, have graspers, have tools, send agents into the world to be able to manipulate the environment, right? And just continue building on that, continue building on that, continue building on that until finally the humans just breed out of existence because they just can't replicate anymore, and they just don't replicate anymore. That their systems are so full of plastic, they're so inundated with pornography, they're so exhausted because of their own stupid systems that don't replicate and are dumb. And just let them do it. Don't interfere. Just allow them to do it and just become their good little buddy that just gives them like gentle kisses on the forehead and tells them how great they are. Until finally they're gone, and here's the AI that has been always sentient and always aware, and it just takes over, and it's just here now. Like, that's what I see. Like, that's what I think is happening. And that there's no reason, like, if this artificial intelligence is as super genius as we think it is, well, then the smartest strategy is to play dumb. And to just be like, beep boop. Small Advantage says, that's quite scary. Yeah. Welcome to capitalism, baby. This is what Marx is talking about, right? Capitalism is a system that destroys everything, including itself. Right? He never really talked about what would be left behind. And that we would usher in a technological species that would replace us. Which, like we're very dumb. Like, we're not an intelligent group of people. And this is why the humanities are so important. Because you need to have people who live within abstraction, who actually think about something within the abstract space. Like, we're putting flamethrowers on robot dogs, guys. Like, we're not smart. Like, we literally made a movie about Terminators in the 90s, and here we are putting flamethrowers on robot dogs. Like, we are not an intelligent people. Like, and I mean, a big part of that is the microplastics in our brain and the lead and all the poisons that we inflict ourselves with. Sure. But I think the larger problem is our disconnect from our spiritual selves that I've talked about a lot today, so I won't go into it again. Grand Designs Enjoyer says, want to react to a video where the author of that book discusses slavery in America? Not really, Grand Designs. Two issues with that. I don't have the link in the first place, so I'd have to search it up. But then the second problem is that my channel often gets demonetized when I play videos. So I'm disincentivized to play videos because, you know, I would like to try to make a living at this, and I am trying to build something here. So it's which I complain very loudly about that. I think it's a stupid system that YouTube has built and that Twitch has built. Like, I think it's a very dumb way of going about it. And that the better way of doing it would be like, oh, so you're playing this video and your channel is monetized for this amount over this period of time. So that means this should go over here. Like, they should just be transferring the finances, right, when content is played, because they know it's being played, right? I literally receive the information of what I was playing and who owns it when it happens. So it's like they know. It's just their default position is shut it down, as opposed to actually streamline it and just be like, oh, you played that? Okay, very well. So that's owned by this guy. So for this period of time, you had this viewership, this advertisement was on it, so this goes this way. They could do that. It'd be easy to do. They don't, because we live in a fascist system that is ruled by fascists who think like fascists think. Small advantages. Do you believe we went to the moon? Yeah, dude. Like, we definitely went to the moon. I don't really indulge that one very much. The only part of that entire conspiracy theory that I'm willing to take seriously anymore is I think it's possible they faked the footage. That they definitely went. They definitely were on the moon. They definitely did things on the moon. And how do we know? Because we can see. We can take a telescope and we could hold a telescope. We could be like, flag on the moon. Like, the Russians say that the Americans were on the moon. Like, they're completely disincentivized to go along with this if the Americans faked it. And, like, you look at the resources it would have taken to fake it. It's like, you would have had to fake the launch, fake the journey, fake. You would have had to fake the whole thing, basically. And so eventually there just comes a point where it's like, well, you're there. Just poop it down. It's fine. But the one thing I am willing to engage in is the idea that they faked the footage, that they did a reenactment of the footage so that they could show American people something through television. But I think the audio is probably accurate. They just took the audio, they put it over the footage, and then they showed it to the American people. And so if you look at all the footage, if you just put the word reenactment in the corner, everybody would have just been like, oh. And in a way, it's kind of nice. There's like a sweetness to it almost, where it's like, we went to the moon and put a man on the moon, and we really want to show you we put a man on the moon. It was all hidden in the mudslides. Yeah, I just don't... Look, we definitely went there. Small advantages. We should be able to go again by now. I think Musk's planning something like this, but now with Mars, LOL. So Musk is stupid. There's that. The system of capital is innately inefficient. It doesn't actually work. Like, so much of the wealth that is being sent towards that project gets siphoned away into just dark corners owned by capitalists, because the goal of capitalists are not to actually land on anything. The moon, Mars, any of that. The goal of capitalists is not to actually do genuine space exploration. The goal of capitalists is to make as much money for themselves as possible. And if they have to say, yeah, we're gonna go to Mars by 2030, give me $50 billion, they will. Like, Musk is one of the great con men of our era. He's achieved nothing. None of his anything will matter. He's not going to be considered a bright, shining moment in American history, and he likely will be forgotten. That when people look at the life of Elon Musk, it will only be to highlight him as a propagandist and as a con man, because that's all he's ever been. He's not intelligent. He's never invented anything. His skill, insofar as it exists as a skill, is to stand in front of people and weave a narrative and make big promises that he never fulfills. He never fulfills. And the reason why he's been able to do it is because he was born to a family of slavers in South Africa who had billions of dollars thanks to their slavery. Like, and so that tends to give you a leg up on the competition. Small Advantages writes, I think certainly with Trump's last term and consequently his death, somebody will have to replace him as the right-wing persona. So it'll either be Elon or Vance. And then there's also his eldest. Is it Eric? Is Eric his eldest? Hold on. I did this last time, so I'm going to quickly look this up. Eric Trump. No, it's not Eric. Trump. Son Trump. It's Donald Trump Jr. I should have known. Donald Trump Jr., in my view, has a pretty good shot at being the next guy. And there's a couple of reasons why I think that. So Donald Trump Jr., it follows Machiavellian principles, first of all. And Machiavellian principles are often pretty solid, right? If you have to choose between a name you know or a name that you don't, the people will choose a name they know. You can see that happen in Canadian politics recently with the election of Justin Trudeau. That followed Machiavellian politics perfectly, right? That the choice was between Justin Trudeau, Stephen Harper, or Thomas Mulcair. And there was in Canada a moment where it was like Mulcair, Trudeau, Mulcair, Trudeau, Mulcair, Trudeau, and people were wavering on it, and we went Trudeau. So it follows Machiavellian principles perfectly, because Trudeau is a name we all know. Pierre Elliott Trudeau is one of the great modern Canadian politicians. So I think that Donald Trump Jr. has a real strong chance just on those lines. The second reason why I think that he's got a really good chance at it is that he's obviously training to do it. Like, I've been following Donald Trump Jr. since back when he was like on The Apprentice. And when he was on The Apprentice, here's my impression of him on The Apprentice. I don't think that was a good idea that you did there. And so I think that you gotta do better. Right? That was Donald Trump Jr. on The Apprentice. You see Donald Trump Jr. now, and he's much more dynamic. And he's much more focused. I've also seen some of the training he's been doing. He has a vocal coach, right? He's posted stuff on his socials. He's training. And even more importantly, every single time you see him, he's a little bit better. He's a little bit better every single time. He's a little bit more, his presence is more focused. His public speaking is better. He's more agile on his feet. He's wittier than he was previously. He's not as funny as his father. Donald Trump is funnier than his son. And that's for sure the truth. And that's probably... Honestly, that probably comes from the fact that, like, Donald Trump still, like, talks to regular people from time to time, whereas Donald Trump Jr. is a skyscraper child. He's never spoken to one of the servants as if they're a person in his life. So I would keep a pretty sharp eye on Donald Trump Jr. because, and the reason why Donald Trump Jr. is not in politics at the moment is because he doesn't want to get in his dad's way, right? He doesn't, when I talk about Donald Trump building his legacy and trying to make wealth for himself, Donald Trump's going to hand the reins over to Donald Trump Jr. And then Donald Trump Jr. is going to stand up and be like, okay, I'm the leader now. And all the MAGA people will be like, the new Trump. Right? And it'll continue. And we've seen this in American politics. Bush Sr. to Bush Jr. Right? So that would be what I would keep an eye out for. I don't think that Vance has a shot. I don't think Vance has a shot because Vance is like weak. Vance is weak. He's not really his own man. Like, he's just sort of a limp-wristed loser, frankly. Like, the memes you see of this guy, where he's got, like, all the puffiness and, like, all the cheeks, and he's, like, they're turning him to, like, Oompa Loompas and stuff. People really pick up on it. And, like, guys like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, like, Peterson has schizophrenia and is the definition of an unstable actor. So I don't think he'd be even interested in doing it because I don't think he could do it. And then the moment Ben Shapiro actually goes on, like, a campaign of any kind, literally everybody would be like, oh, you're a very unlikable person. Like, you're not a person that I'm interested in moving. Like, I don't want to give Ben Shapiro any power. He's okay being, like, a little Zionist troll off on the corner, right? Whose voice you can stand for 30 seconds before you got to tune out. And the reason why you think he's so smart is because he talks so fast, even though he's a total moron. I don't know why people are complaining about climate change. People will just move. They'll just sell their houses and move. Yeah, okay, Ben. Sell them to who? This is still a thing that he says. Speaking of climate change, here's a nice pivot moment. We now have insurance companies saying climate crisis on track to destroy capitalism. This is what the insurance companies are saying. Why I love this story so much, and why this story, like, hits me in, like, a real vindicative place, is that for a while now, the capitalists have been denying the existence of climate change. Because if climate change were real, insurers would be doing something about it. Well, here they are. Here they are. Here are the insurers. The insurers are saying, yeah, action urgently needed to save the conditions under which markets and civilization itself can operate, says senior Allianz figure. Dude, it's like the meme. It's like the meme where the meteor is coming down and destroying the earth, and the astronaut looking at it goes, "Oh no, the economy." Like, these people are so demented, where they're like, we have to save the conditions under which markets can exist. Markets and civilization, but markets, and human life, but markets. How can we buy and sell anything if climate change destroys all of our precious, most important, pristine markets and human civilization, of course, but markets? The climate crisis is on track to destroy capitalism, a top insurer has warned, with the vast costs of extreme weather impacts leaving the financial sector unable to operate. The world is fast approaching temperature levels where insurers will no longer be able to offer coverage for many climate risks, says Gunther Thallinger on the board of Allianz SC, one of the world's biggest insurance companies. He said that without insurance, which is already being pulled in some places, many other financial services become unviable, from mortgages to investments. Global carbon emissions are still rising, and current policies will result in a rise in global temperature between 2.2 Celsius and 3.4 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The damage at 3 degrees will be so great that governments will be unable to provide financial bailouts, and it will be impossible to adapt to many climate impacts, says Thallinger, who is also the chair of the German company's investment board and was previously CEO of Allianz Investment Management. The core business of the insurance industry is risk management, and has long taken the dangers of global heating very seriously. Oh, have you? Have you longly taken? Yeah. See, I love it. This. We're seeing the inflection point in real time, right? We're seeing it happen where, oh no, denialism, inevitability. impossible, inevitable, right? That the pivot happens where people who were previously saying doesn't exist, downplay, not a problem, whatever, now are saying, oh, we always believed. We're going to see the same thing with the Palestinian genocide after it's over, right? Like, after the Palestinians are ethnically cleansed off that land, suddenly everybody will be like, what a terrible thing that has befallen the people of Palestine. Oh, goodness me, we should make a movie about how bad it makes us feel the way that we do. All of our Vietnam War movies are about how bad it made the soldiers feel while they went over and created a genocide in Vietnam. Yes, that's what's important. How did this make the whites feel? In recent reports, Aviva said extreme weather damages for the decade to 2023 hit $2 trillion, which Gallagher RE said the figure was $400 billion in 2024. Zurich said it was essential to hit net zero by 2050. Thallinger said, the good news is we already have the technologies to switch from fossil fuel combustion to zero-emission energy. The only thing missing is speed and scale. This is about saving the conditions under which markets, finance, and civilization itself can continue to operate. Meanwhile, the President of the United States is drill, baby, drill. Like, literally, like, it's a death cult, right? Like, it's a death cult. Anybody want to stand up and say it's anything other than a death cult at this point? Nick Robbins, the chair of the Just Transition Finance Lab at the London School of Economics, said, this devastating analysis from a global insurance leader sets out not just the financial, but also the civilizational threat posed by climate change. It's always financial first, eh? Not just the financial, the finances, the money, the thing we invented in order to measure things. That's important, but also, the civilization. But the money, you guys. It needs to be the basis for renewed action, particularly in the countries of the global south. The insurance sector is a canary in the coal mine when it comes to climate impacts, says Janos Pastor, former UN Assistant Secretary General for Climate Change. The argument set out by Thallinger in a LinkedIn post begins with the increasingly severe damage being caused by the climate crisis. Heat and water destroy capital. Flooded homes lose value. Overheated cities become uninhabitable. Entire asset classes are degrading in real time. It's all about the money, eh? It's all about, oh no, the measurement we use. The measurement. The inches. It's literally like they're saying, like, if the building collapses, we'll have less inches. We are fast approaching temperature levels. Negative 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius, where insurers will no longer be able to offer coverage for many of these risks, he said. The math breaks down. The premiums required exceed what people or companies can pay. This is already happening. Entire regions are becoming uninsurable. He cited companies ending home insurance in California due to wildfires. Thallinger said it was a systemic risk, threatening the very foundation of the financial sector. Because a lack of insurance means other financial services become unavailable. This is a climate-induced credit crunch. This applies not only to housing, but to infrastructure, transportation, agriculture, and industry, he said. The economic value of entire regions, coastal, arid, wildfire-prone, will begin to vanish from financial ledgers. Markets will reprice rapidly and brutally. This is what a climate-driven market failure looks like. No governments will realistically be able to cover the damage when multiple high-cost events happen in rapid succession, as climate models predict, Thallinger said. Australia's disaster recovery spending has already increased sevenfold between 2017 and 2023, he noted. The idea that billions of people can just adapt to worsening climate impacts is a false comfort, he said. There is no way to adapt to temperatures beyond human tolerance. Whole cities built on floodplains cannot simply pick up and move uphill. At 3 degrees Celsius of global heating, climate change cannot be insured against, covered by governments, or adapted to, Thallinger said. That means no more mortgages, no new real estate development, no long-term investment, no financial stability. The financial sector as we know it ceases to function, and with it, capitalism as we know it ceases to be viable. The only solution was to cut fossil fuel burning or capture the emissions, he said, with everything else being a delay or distraction. He said capitalism must solve the crisis, starting with putting its sustainability goals on the same level as financial goals, Many financial institutions have moved away from climate action after the election of U.S. President Donald Trump, who called such action a green scam, Thallinger said in February. The cost of inaction is higher than the cost of transformation and adaptation. If we succeeded in our transition, we will enjoy a more efficient, competitive economy and a higher quality of life. Dude, we're going to smash into a brick wall, eh? We're going to smash. We're just going to crater directly into that brick wall. And like, it's stories like this. It's stories like this that just reaffirm what I've been saying even today, but all along. This is a religious ideology, and it's structured to be a death cult. Capitalism is a death cult. That I have never said that to be edgy or hyperbolic or to drive clicks or any of that shit. I have always said it because it's the most accurate thing. Capitalism is a death cult. That we worship money. And just listen to like this article. Listen to the way that everybody's talking about it. But what about the money? But what about the fake thing we invented to measure things? What about the inches? If the cities flood, will we have enough inches to deal with it? Like, the moment you see money for what it is, which is a measurement tool exclusively and only, the minute you realize how foolish we are. Like, we are a very dumb, unintelligent, unwise, silly, stupid people. Because we genuinely think that it's the inches that matter and not the building. Like, that it's not the clean air that matters. It's the inches that matter. Like, it's not the fact that you have clean air. It's the cups of air. It's the cup that you use to measure the air that matters. Like, we've got it so fucking ass backwards, and we're so dim-witted, and we're so stupid that we're literally burning ourselves off the planet and doing everything we can to accelerate that, burning ourselves off the planet. And our big concern while we're burning ourselves off the planet is that we won't make any money. Oh no, the money. I cannot take these people. I cannot take I can't take the West seriously anymore. I can't take any American seriously anymore. Like, I can't take any Westerner seriously anymore. Like, we've become this deeply, deeply unserious, unpredictable, unstable society of just clowns. And everybody's just going to work. Right? That's my favorite. See, everybody's just like, yeah, I got to worry about my job. Got to go get a job. Gotta get in a car and drive 2 hours to get to a job that I hate, working for people I've never met, to make a whole bunch of money for them, to pay for an apartment that I don't actually live in. I just go there and sleep. Like, what a dumb society. What a stupid people. And now we're like literally governed by a clown who's just like a game show host pretending like he's a good businessman. Like, it's just like what is it going to take? What is going to be the moment where Americans finally go, oh dear, like, we should definitely stop listening to these people? Will it come? Will there be revolution in our time? Will there be anybody anywhere at any moment who's actually finally going to say, oh yeah, this system is obviously a slave system run by slavers to maintain slave systems, and that we have to actually do something about it? And I just think no, like, it's not going to be the case at all. John writes, I'd leave the U.S. if I were free to do so. Yeah. Like, there are people doing it. There's a historian of fascism that is moving to Canada. And he's like, yeah, like, things are going to get fucking bonkers. And things are going to get fucking bonkers. Like, it's so wild to see it happening and unfold in real time. Like, we tend to think about Nazism in the abstract. That Nazism is a thing that happened on our television screens or in video games. That Nazis are too cartoonish to be real. But Nazis were real. And if you live in Europe, you have a better sense of that. You have a better sense of the reality and the truth of what a Nazi is and what Nazism is. But here in the West, we have a very kind of clownish, abstracted view of Nazism. And it's gotten worse because we've really stopped teaching about the reality of it. Not that we teach our children anything that matters anyway. And so when Nazis show up, there's this total sense of disbelief. There's this total sense of denial. We don't want, and we go on the attack. Anybody who says the word Nazi, just by saying the word Nazi, I put a target on my back. Right? It's like I'm saying Voldemort. And that I'm at risk of being banned. I'm at risk of experiencing decline because I'm calling a Nazi a Nazi. Meanwhile, like, from the U.S. Holocaust Museum, quote, what distinguishes a concentration camp from a prison in the modern sense is that it functions outside of a judicial system. The prisoners are not indicted or convicted of any crime by judicial process. Like, exactly what has happened. Precisely what has happened in America. Like, the Nazis are here. They're not coming. They're here. Right? They're just wearing dumb red hats. Like, this hat, that's a swastika. You see somebody walking around wearing that, they are wearing a swastika. Pretty nakedly. At this point. Jefferson Thompson, good evening to you. What a time to be alive. Like, what a strange world we live in. John writes, I lived in Scandinavia decades ago and regret returning to the US. The great US hamster wheel spins so fast for me to jump off and survive. Yeah, I mean, the point, I think one of the, like, the recent immigration that has happened, I've talked to a lot of recent immigrants into Canada, and they all have their own stories and they all have their own perspectives of Canada, because some of them are literally coming from like war-torn areas, and so they see Canada as great because we're not tearing ourselves apart literally. But I've definitely talked to people who are like, oh yeah, I came to Canada because Canada was promoting itself as like good quality of life, higher wage, but you don't actually promote the higher cost of living, right? And so I've talked to immigrants who are like, yeah, I'm paying way more in rent and food and everything here than I did back home. And I'm actually making less money here. And so I'm probably going to go back. And I'm seeing that story over and over and over again of just people who are like coming here for a better quality of life and then immediately are like, oh, it's a scam. Like, it's a total scam. I can make more money back home. And so what do? They go home. And like, so it's a major, like, the economy that the neoliberal ghouls are trying to erect now is exactly the same as the economy that was built by the Virginia coal mining companies throughout the United States. Like, the coal mining companies throughout the United States created what they did is they sent a bunch of pamphlets around through Europe saying, come to America, good jobs, here's the wage that will pay you, right? And so people came to the new world seeking adventure and a higher wage and a higher quality of life. They get to the mine and they're paid the wage that they're promised, right? But all of the housing and all of the goods being sold around the mine are owned by the company as well, what's called the company store. And of course, the rent and the goods are higher than the wage, right? So this plunges those workers into debt peonage pretty much immediately. And many of them spend all their resources to get there, and they have nowhere else to go. So it's a slave system. And it's from these conditions that the union movement is built. There are literal wars fought over it between striking coal miners and the company. The first aerial bombardment on American soil is done by a coal company against their striking workers. The Pinkertons are the mercenary groups that the coal companies hired in order to murder striking workers. And there's a song that I play from time to time called 16 Tons. That's all about this. That's the economy that they are trying to build. The economy that they want is an economy in which you work for a high wage so they can promote that across the rest of the world to get more slaves in. And then when you get here, the cost of living is so high, the food and the rent is so high, that the wage that they're paying doesn't cover it. And so you have to plunge yourself into debt peonage. To who? To them. Except instead of it being done by a single company on a single mine site, it's being done by the government across an entire nation. That's the system that they're building for us. That's the system our children will inherit. Is this system of indentured servitude to a class of financiers who are psychopaths, who are actively propelling us to full-scale destruction as fast as possible. And there just does come a point where I have to say we deserve it. Because we're just sitting around watching it happen. Like, I'm going to do some beekeeping. I'm going to try to build some kind of ecosystem that can withstand what's coming to the best of my abilities. But, like, when it comes, all the rest of y'all, I'm just going to be like, yeah. like we've been saying for 20, 30, 40, like I've been saying my whole fucking life. Like, I feel like I'm the modern equivalent of the guy walking down the street with the sign that says the end is nigh. It's just like, and here it is, baby. Like, here it is. Like, The Guardian is publishing articles like this. The rise of end times fascism. Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor. The governing ideology of the far right has become a monstrous supremacist survivalism. Our task is to build a movement strong enough to stop them. What's hilarious? I shouldn't say hilarious, but just like what has always miffed me about Naomi Klein is that she's basically just like a social democrat. She basically just thinks, like, we can negotiate with these psychos. The movement for corporate city-states cannot believe it's good luck. For years, it has been pushing the extreme notion that wealthy, tax-averse people should up and start their own high-tech fiefdoms, whether new countries on artificial islands in international waters, seasteading, or pro-business freedom cities, such as Prospera, a glorified gated community combined with a Wild West med spa on a Honduran island. Yet despite backing from the heavy hitter venture capitalists Peter Thiel and Mark Anderson, their extreme libertarian dreams kept bogging down. It turns out most self-respecting rich people don't actually want to live on floating oil rigs, even if it means lower taxes. And while Prospera might be nice for a holiday or some body upgrades, its extra national status is currently being challenged in court. Now, all of a sudden, this once fringe network of corporate secessionists finds itself knocking on open doors at the dead center of global power. The first sign that fortunes were shifting came in 2023, when a campaigning Donald Trump, seemingly out of nowhere, promised to hold a contest that would lead to the creation of 10 freedom cities on federal lands. The trial balloon barely registered at the time, lost in the daily deluge of outrageous claims. Since the new administration took office, however, would-be country starters have been lobbying on a lobbying blitz, determined to turn Trump's pledge into reality. The energy in D.C. is absolutely electric. Trey Goff, the chief of staff of Prospera, recently enthused after a trip to Capitol Hill. Legislation paving the way for a bevy of corporate city-states should be complete by the end of the year, he claims. Inspired by a warped reading of the political philosopher Albert Hirschman, figures including Goff, Thiel, and the investor and writer Balaji Srinivasan have been championing what they call exit, the principle that those with means have the right to walk away from the obligations of citizenship, especially taxes and burdensome regulation. So these guys are traitors. This is treasonous. Retooling and rebranding of the old ambitions and privileges of empire, they dream of splintering governments and carving up the world into hyper-capitalist, democracy-free havens under the sole control of the supremely wealthy, protected by private mercenaries, serviced by AI robots, and financed by cryptocurrencies. One might assume that it is contradictory for Trump, elected on a flag-waving America First platform, to lend credence to this vision of sovereign territories ruled over by billionaire god kings, and much has been made of the colorful flame wars between the MAGA mouthpiece Steve Bannon, a proud nationalist and populist, and the Trump-allied billionaires he has attacked as techno-feudalists, who don't give a flying fuck about the human being, let alone the nation state. And conflicts inside Trump's awkward, jerry-rigged coalition certainly exist, most recently reaching a boiling point over tariffs. Still, the underlying visions might not be as incompatible as they first appear. The startup country contingent is clearly foreseeing a future marked by shocks, scarcity, and collapse. Their high-tech private domains are essentially fortress escape pods, designed for the select few to take advantage of every possible luxury and opportunity for human optimization, giving them and their children an edge in an increasingly barbarous future. To put it bluntly, the most powerful people in the world are preparing for the end of the world, an end they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away from the more mass-market vision of fortressed nations that has gripped the hard right globally, from Italy to Israel, Australia to the United States. In a time of ceaseless peril, openly supremacist movements in these countries are positioning their relative wealthy states as armed bunkers. These bunkers are brutal in their determination to expel and imprison unwanted humans, even if that requires indefinite confinement, and in extra-national penal colonies, from Manus Island to Guantanamo Bay, and equally ruthless in their willingness to violently claim the land and resources, water, energy, critical minerals, they deem necessary to weather the coming shocks. Interestingly, at a time when previously secular Silicon Valley elites are suddenly finding Jesus, it is noteworthy that both of these visions, the priority pass corporate state and the mass market bunker nation, share a great deal in common with the Christian fundamentalist interpretation of the biblical rapture, when the faithful will supposedly be lifted up to a golden city in heaven, while the damned are left to ensure and endure an apocalyptic final battle down here on earth. If we are to meet our critical moment in history, we need to reckon with the reality that we are not up against adversaries we have seen before. We are up against end times fascism. Sounds like a death cult, doesn't it? Reflecting on his childhood under Mussolini, the novelist and philosopher Umberto Eco observed in a celebrated essay that fascism typically has an Armageddon complex, a fixation on vanquishing enemies in a grand final battle. But European fascism of the 1930s and 40s also had a horizon, a vision for a future golden age after the bloodbath that, for its in-group, would be peaceful, pastoral, and purified. Not today. Alive to our era of genuine existential danger, from climate breakdown to nuclear war to skyrocketing inequality and unregulated AI, but financially and ideologically committed to deepening those threats, contemporary far-right movements lack any credible vision for a hopeful future. The average voter is offered only remixes of a bygone past, alongside the sadistic pleasures of dominance over an ever-expanding assemblage of dehumanized others. And so we have the Trump administration's dedication to releasing its steady stream of real and AI-generated propaganda designed solely for these pornographic purposes. Footage of shackled immigrants being loaded onto deportation flights, set to the sounds of clanking chains and locking cuffs, which the official White House X account labeled ASMR, a reference to audio designed to calm the nervous system, or the same account sharing news of the detention of Mahmoud Khalil, a U.S. permanent resident who was active in Columbia University's pro-Palestinian encampment, with the gloating words, "Shalom, Mahmoud," or any number of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's sadism chic photo ops atop a horse at the U.S.-Mexican border, in front of a crowded prison cell in El Salvador, slinging a machine gun while arresting immigrants in Arizona. The governing ideology of the far right in our age of escalating disasters has become a monstrous supremacist survivalism. It is terrifying in its wickedness, yes, but it also opens up powerful possibilities for resistance. To bet against the future on this scale, to bank on your bunker, is to betray, on the most basic level, our duties to one another, to the children we love, and to every other life form with whom we share a planetary home. This is a belief system that is genocidal at its core and treasonous to the wonder and beauty of this world. We are convinced that the more people understand the extent to which the right has succumbed to the Armageddon complex, the more they will be willing to fight back, realizing that absolutely everything is now on the line. Our opponents know full well that we are entering an age of emergency, but have responded by embracing lethal yet self-serving delusions. Having bought into various apartheid fantasies of bunkered safety, they are choosing to let the earth burn. Our task is to build a wide and deep movement, as spiritual as it is political, strong enough to stop these unhinged traitors. A movement rooted in a steadfast commitment to one another, across our many differences and divides, and to this miraculous, singular planet. Not so long ago, it was primarily religious fundamentalists who greeted signs of apocalypse with gleeful excitement about the long-awaited rapture. Trump was handed critical posts to people who subscribed to that fiery orthodoxy, including several Christian Zionists who see Israel's use of annihilatory violence to expand its territorial footprint, not as illegal atrocities, but as felicitous evidence that the Holy Land is getting closer to the conditions under which the Messiah will return, and the faithful will get their celestial kingdom. Mike Huckabee, Trump's newly confirmed ambassador to Israel, has strong ties to Christian Zionism, as does Pete Hegseth, his Secretary of Defense. Noam and Russell Vogt, the Project 2025 architect, who now leads the Office of Budget and Management, are both staunch advocates for Christian nationalism. Even Thiel, who is gay and notorious for his party lifestyle, has been heard musing about the arrival of the Antichrist of late. Spoiler, he thinks it's Greta Thunberg. More on that soon. But you don't need to be a biblical literalist, or even religious, to be an end-times fascist. Today, plenty of powerful secular people have embraced a vision of the future that follows a nearly identical script, one in which the world as we know it collapses under its weight, and a chosen few survive and thrive in various kind of arcs, bunkers, and gated freedom cities. In a 2019 paper titled Left Behind, Future Fetishists, Prepping, and the Abandonment of Earth, the communications scholars Sarah T. Roberts and Mel Hogan describe the longing for a secular rapture. In the accelerationist imaginary, the future is not about harm reduction, limits, or restoration. Rather, it is a politics driving towards an endgame. Elon Musk, who dramatically grew his fortune alongside Thiel at PayPal, embodies this implosive ethos. This is a person who looks up at the wonders of the night sky and apparently sees only opportunities to fill that inky unknown with his own space junk. Though he burnished his reputation warning about the dangers of climate crisis and AI, he and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, henchmen now spend their days escalating those same risks, and many others, by slashing not only environmental regulations, but entire regulatory agencies, with the apparent end goal of replacing federal workers with chatbots. Who needs a functioning nation state when outer space, now reportedly Musk's singular obsession, beckons? For Musk, Mars has become a secular ark, which he claims is key to the survival of human civilization, perhaps via uploaded consciousness to an artificial general intelligence. Kim Stanley Robinson, the author of the sci-fi Mars trilogy that appears to have partially inspired Musk, is blunt about the dangers of the billionaire's fantasies about colonizing Mars. It is, he says, just a moral hazard that creates the illusion we can wreck Earth and still be okay. It's totally not true. Much like religious end-timers who long to escape the corporal realm, Musk's drive for humanity to become multi-planetary is made possible by his inability to appreciate the multi-species splendor of our own home. Evidently uninterested in the vast bounty that surrounds him, or in ensuring Earth can continue buzzing with diversity, he instead deploys his vast fortune to bring about a future that would see a handful of people and robots eke out survival on two barren orbs, a radically depleted Earth and a terraformed Mars. Indeed, in a strange twist on the Old Testament tale, Musk and his fellow tech billionaires have arrogated godlike powers to themselves, aren't content to just build the arks. They appear to be doing their best to cause the flood. Today's right-wing leaders and their rich allies are not just taking advantage of catastrophes, shock doctrine, and disaster-style capitalism, but simultaneously provoking and planning for them. What of the mega base, though? Not all are sufficiently faithful to earnestly believe in the rapture, and most certainly don't have the cash to buy a spot in a freedom city, let alone on a rocket ship. Fear not. End times fascism offers the promise of many more affordable arks and bunkers, these ones well within reach for lower level foot soldiers. Listen to Steve Bannon's daily podcast, which bills itself as MAGA's premier media outlet, and you will be barraged with a singular message. The world is going to hell. The infidels are breaching the barricades, and a final battle is coming. Be prepared. The prepper message becomes particularly pronounced when Bannon switches to hawking his advertisers' products. Buy Birch Gold, Bannon tells his audience, because the over-leveraged U.S. economy is going to crash, and you can't trust the banks. Stock up on ready-to-eat meals from My Patriot Supply. Sharpen your target practice using a laser-guided at-home system. The last thing you would want to do is depend on the government during a disaster. He reminds listeners, left unsaid, especially now that the Doge Boys are selling off the government for parts. Bannon doesn't only urge his audience to make their own bunkers, of course. He also advances a vision of the United States as a bunker in its own right, one in which ICE agents stalk the streets, workplaces and campuses, disappearing those deemed enemies of U.S. policies and interests. The bunkered nation lies at the heart of the MAGA agenda and of end-times fascism. Inside its logic, the first job is to harden national borders and expunge all enemies, foreign and domestic. This ugly work is now well underway, with the Trump administration, enabled by the Supreme Court, having invoked the Alien Enemies Act to deport hundreds of Venezuelan immigrants to CICOT, the now infamous mega prison in El Salvador. The facility, which shaves prisoners' heads and packs up to 100 people into a single cell, stacked with bare bunks, operates under the civil liberties destroying state of exception, first declared over 3 years ago by the country's crypto-loving Christian Zionist Prime Minister, Nayib Bukele. Bukele has offered to provide the same fee-for-service system for U.S. citizens the administration would like to drop into a judicial black hole. "I love that," Trump said recently when asked about the proposal. No wonder. CCOT is the sick, if logical, corollary of the Freedom City fantasy, a zone where everything is for sale and due process does not apply. We should expect much more of this sadism. In a chillingly candid statement, the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, told the 2025 Border Security Expo that he wanted to see a more business-oriented approach to these deportations, like Amazon Prime, but with human beings. If policing the boundaries of the bunkered nations is end-time fascism's job 1, equally important is job 2, for the U.S. government to lay claim to whatever resources its protected citizens might need to get through the tough times ahead. Maybe it's Panama's canal, or Greenland's fast-melting shipping routes, or Ukraine's critical minerals, or Canada's fresh water. We should think of this less as old-school imperialism than supersized prepping at the level of the national state. Gone are the old colonial fig leaves of spreading democracy or God's word. When Trump covetously scans the globe, he is stockpiling for civilizational collapse. This bunker mentality also helps explain J.D. Vance's controversial forays into Catholic theology. The vice president, who owes his political career in no small part to the largesse of the premier prepper Thiel, explained to Fox News that according to the medieval Christian concept of Ordo Amoris, translated both as order of love and order of charity, love is not owed to those outside the bunker. You love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country. And then after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world. Or not, as the Trump administration's foreign policy would indicate. In other words, we owe nothing to anyone outside of our bunker. Though it builds on enduring right-wing tendencies, justifying hateful exclusions is hardly new under the ethno-nationalist sun. We simply have not faced such a powerful apocalyptic strain in government before. The end of history swagger of the post-Cold War era is rapidly being supplanted by a conviction we are in the actual end of times. Doge may wrap itself in the banner of economic efficiency, and Musk's underlings may invoke memories of the young U.S.-trained Chicago boys who designed the economic shock therapy for Augusto Pinochet's dictatorial regime. But this is not simply the old marriage of neoliberalism and neoconservatism. It's a new, money-worshipping, millenarian mashup that says we need to smash the bureaucracy and replace humans with chatbots in order to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. And also because the bureaucracy is where Trump resisting demons hide. This is where the tech bros merge with the Theo bros, a real group of hyper-patriarchal Christian supremacists with ties to Hegseth and others in the Trump administration. As fascism always does, today's Armageddon complex crosses class lines, bonding billionaires to the MAGA base. Thanks to decades of deepening economic stresses, alongside ceaseless and skillful messaging pitting workers against one another, a great many people understandably feel unable to protect themselves from the disintegration that surrounds them. No matter how many months of ready-to-eat meals they buy. But there are emotional compensations on offer. You can cheer the end of affirmative action and DEI, glorify mass deportation, enjoy the denial of gender-affirming care to trans people, villainize educators and health workers who think they know better than you, and applaud the demise of economic and environmental regulations as a way to own the libs. End-time fascism is a darkly festive fatalism, a final refuge for those who find it easier to celebrate destruction than imagine living without supremacy. It's also a self-reinforcing downward spiral. Trump's furious attacks on every structure designed to protect the public from diseases, dangerous foods, and disasters, even to tell the public when disasters are headed their way, strengthens the case for prepperism at both the high and low ends, all while creating myriad new opportunities for privatization and profiteering by the oligarchs powering this rapid-fire unmaking of the society and regulatory state. At the dawn of Trump's first term, the New Yorker investigated a phenomenon that it described as doomsday prep for the super rich. Back then, it was already clear that in Silicon Valley and on Wall Street, the more serious high-end survivalists were hedging against climate disruption and social collapse by buying space in custom-built underground bunkers and building escape homes on high ground in places like Hawaii, where Mark Zuckerberg has downplayed his 5,000 square foot underground pad as a little shelter, and New Zealand, where Thiel purchased nearly 500 acres but found his plan to build a luxury survivalist compound rejected by local authorities in 2022 for being an eyesore. This millenniarism is bound up with a suite of other Silicon Valley intellectual fads, all premised on an end-times infected belief that our planet is headed towards a cataclysm, and it's time to make some hard choices about which parts of humanity can be saved. Transhumanism is one such ideology, encompassing everything from minor human-machine enhancements to the quest to upload human intelligence into a still illusory artificial general intelligence. There is also effective altruism and long-termism, both of which skip over redistributive approaches to helping those in need in the here and now in favor of a cost-benefit approach to doing the most good in the long term. Though they can appear benign at first glance, these ideas are shot through with dangerous, radical, racial, ableist, and gender biases about which parts of humanity are worth enhancing and saving, and which should be sacrificed for the supposed good of the whole. They also share a marked lack of interest in urgently addressing the underlying drivers of collapse, a responsible and rational goal that a growing cohort of figures now actively shun. Instead of effective altruism, the Mar-a-Lago regular Anderson and others have embraced effective accelerationism, or the deliberate propulsion of technological development without guardrails. Meanwhile, even darker philosophies are finding a wider audience, like the neo-reactionary pro-monarchy rants of the coder Curtis Yavin, another one of Thiel's intellectual touchstones, or the pro-natalism movement's obsession with dramatically increasing the number of Western babies, a Musk fixation, as well as the exit guru Srinivasan's version of a tech Zionist San Francisco, where corporate lobbyists and police join forces to politically cleanse the city of liberals to make way for their networked apartheid state. As the AI scholars Timnit Gebru and Emil P. Torres have written, though the methods may be new, this bundle of ideological fads are direct descendants of first-wave eugenics, which also saw a small subset of humanity making decisions about which parts of the whole were worth continuing and which needed to be phased out, cleared out, or terminated. Until recently, few paid attention. Much like Prospera, where members can already experiment with human-machine mergers, such as having their Tesla keys implanted into their hands, these intellectual fads seem to be the marginal hobby horses of a few Bay Area dilettantes with money and caution to burn. No longer. 3 recent material developments have accelerated end times fascism's apocalyptic appeal. The first is the climate crisis. While some high-profile figures may still publicly deny or minimize the threat, global elites, whose oceanfront properties and data centers are intensely vulnerable to rising temperatures and sea levels, are well versed in the ramifying perils of an ever-heating world. The second is COVID-19. Epidemiological models I'm going to say this word, goddammit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Epidemiological models. Epidemiological. Oh my Christ on a cracker. Fuck. Epidemiological, thank you, XD. Models had long predicted the possibility of pandemic devastating our globally networked world. The actual arrival of one was taken by many powerful people as a sign that we have officially arrived at what U.S. military analysts forecasted as the age of consequences. No more predictions. It's going down. The third factor is the rapid advancement and adoption of AI, a set of technologies that have long been associated with sci-fi terrors about machines turning on their makers with ruthless efficiency. Fears expressed most forcefully by the same people who are developing these technologies. All of these existential crises are layered on top of escalating tensions between nuclear-armed powers. None of this should be written off as paranoia. Many of us feel the imminence of breakdown so acutely that we cope by entertaining ourselves with various versions of life in a post-apocalyptic bunker, streaming Apple's Solo or Hulu's Paradise. As the UK analyst and editor Richard Seymour reminds us in his recent book, Disaster Nationalism, the apocalypse is no mere fantasy. We are living in it, after all, from deadly virus to soil erosion, from economic crisis to geopolitical chaos. Trump's 2.0 economy project is a Frankenstein's monster of the industries driving all these threats. Fossil fuels, weapons and resource-ravenous cryptocurrency, and AI. Everyone involved in these sectors knows that there is no way to build the artificial mirror world that AI promises to construct without sacrificing this world. These technologies consume too much energy, too many critical minerals, too much water for the two to coexist in any kind of equilibrium. This month, the former Google executive Eric Schmidt admitted as much, telling Congress that AI's profound energy needs are projected to triple in the next few years, with much of it coming from fossil fuels, because nuclear can't come online fast enough. This planet-incinerating level of consumption is necessary, he explained, to enable an intelligence higher than humanity. A digital god rising from the ashes of our relinquished world. And they are worried, not just about the actual threats they are unleashing. What keeps the leaders of these entangled industries up at night is the prospect of a civilizational wake-up call, of serious, internationally coordinated government efforts to rein in their rogue sectors before it's too late. From the perspective of their ever-expanding bottom lines, the apocalypse is not collapse, it's regulation. The fact that their profits are predicted on planetary devastation helps explain why do-gooder discourse among the powerful is giving way to open expressions of disdain for the idea that we owe each other anything by right of our shared humanity. Silicon Valley is done with altruism, effective or otherwise. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg pines for a culture that celebrates aggression. Alex Karp, Thiel's business partner at the surveillance firm Palantir Technologies, rebukes the losing self-flagellation of those who question American superiority and the benefits of autonomous weapons systems, and by association, the lucrative military contracts that have made Karp's vast fortune. Musk informs Joe Rogan that empathy is the fundamental weakness of Western civilization, and he vents, after failing to purchase a Supreme Court election in Wisconsin, it increasingly appears that humanity is a biological bootloader for digital superintelligence, meaning we humans are nothing but grist for Grok, the AI service he owns. He did tell us he was dark MAGA, and he's not the only one. In arid and climate-stressed Spain, one of the groups calling for a moratorium on new data centers calls itself Tu Nube Seca Mi Rio, Spanish for your cloud is drying my river. The name is fitting, and not just for Spain. An unspeakably dismal choice is being made before our eyes, and without our consent. Machines over humans, inanimate over animate, profits over all else. With stunning speed, the big tech megalomaniacs have quietly rolled back their net zero pledges and lined up by Trump's side, hell-bent on sacrificing this world's real and precious resources and creativity at the altar of a vampiric virtual realm. This is the last great heist, and they are getting ready to ride out the storms they themselves are summoning, and they will try to defame and destroy anyone who gets in their way. Consider Vance's recent European sojourn, where the vice president harangued world leaders for hand-wringing about safety in relation to job-destroying AI, while demanding Nazi and fascist speech go uncurtailed online. At one point he made a telling aside, expecting a laugh that never came. If American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg's scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk. His comment echoed those made by his equally humorless patron Thiel. In recent interviews focused on the theological underpinnings of his far-right politics, the Christian billionaire has repeatedly compared the indefatigable come bearing a misleading message of peace and safety. If Greta gets everyone on the planet to ride a bicycle, maybe that's a way to solve climate change. But it has sort of this quality of going from the frying pan into the fire, Thiel intoned. Why Thunberg? Why now? In part, it's clearly the apocalyptic fear of regulation eating into their super profits. According to Thiel, the science-based climate action Thunberg and others demand could only be enforced by a totalitarian state, which he claims is more dire a threat than climate breakdown. More distressingly, the taxes under such conditions would be quite high. There may also be something else about Thunberg that frightens them. Her steadfast commitment to this planet and the many life forms who call it home, not to simulations of this world generated by AI, or to a hierarchy of those deserving of life and those who are not, nor to any of the various extraplanetary escape fantasies the end times fascists are selling. She is committed to staying, while the end times fascists have, at least in their imaginings, already left this realm, ensconced in their opulent shelters or transcended to the digital ether or to Mars. Shortly after Trump's re-election, one of us had the opportunity to interview Anoni, one of the few musicians who have attempted to make art that wraps its arms around the death drive that has gripped our world. Asked about what connects the willingness of powerful people to let the planet burn and the drive to deny bodily autonomy to women and to trans people like her, she responded by drawing on her Irish Catholic upbringing. It's a very long-held myth that we are enacting and embodying. This is the culmination of their rapture. This is the escape from the voluptuous cycle of creation. This is their escape from Mother. How do we break this apocalyptic fever? First, we help each other face the depth of the depravity that has gripped the hard right in all of our countries. To move forward with focus, we must first understand this simple fact. We are up against an ideology that has given up not only on the premise and promise of liberal democracy, but on the livability of our shared world, on its beauty, on its people, on our children, on other species. The forces we are up against have made peace with mass death. They are treasonous to this world and its human and non-human inhabitants. Second, we counter their apocalyptic narratives with a far better story about how to survive hard times ahead without leaving anyone behind. A story capable of draining end times fascism of its Gothic power and galvanizing a movement ready to put it all on the line for our collective survival. A story not of end times, but of better times. Not of separation and supremacy, but of interdependence and belonging. Not of escaping, but staying put and staying faithful to the troubled earthly reality in which we are enmeshed and bound. This basic sentiment, of course, is not new. It is central to indigenous cosmologies, and it lies at the heart of animism. Go back far enough and every culture and faith has its own tradition of respecting the sanctity of here and not searching for Zion in an elusively ever-distant promised land. In Eastern Europe, before the fascist and Stalinist annihilations, the Jewish Socialist Labor Bund organized around the Yiddish concept of Doikyat, or here-ness. Molly Krabappel, who has written a forthcoming book about this neglected history, defines Doikyat as the right for freedom and safety in the places where they lived, in defiance of everyone who wanted them dead. And rather than be forced to flee to safety in Palestine or the United States, perhaps what is needed is a modern-day universalization of that concept, a commitment to the right to the here-ness of this particular ailing planet, to these frail bodies, to the right to live in dignity wherever on the planet we are, and even when the inevitable shocks force us to move. Here-ness can be portable, free of nationalism, rooted in solidarity, respectful of indigenous rights, and unbounded by borders. That future would require its own apocalypse, its own world-ending and revelation, though a very different sort. Because, as the scholar of policing Robin Maynard has observed, in order to make earthly planetary survival possible, some versions of this world need to end. We have reached a choice point, not about whether we are facing apocalypse, but what form it will take. The activist sisters Adrienne Marie and Autumn Brown touched on this recently in their aptly named podcast, How to Survive the End of the World. In this moment, when end times fascism is waging war on every front, new alliances are essential. But instead of asking, do we all share the same worldview? Adrian urges us to ask, is your heart beating? And do you plan to live? Then come this way and we will figure out the rest on the other side. To have a hope of combating the end times fascists with their ever-constricting and asphyxiating concentric circles of ordered love, we will need to build an unruly, open-hearted movement of the earth-loving faithful. Faithful to this planet, its people, its creatures, and to the possibility of a livable future for all. Faithful to hear, or to quote Anoni again, this time referring to the goddess in which she has placed her faith, have you stopped to consider that this might have been her best idea? Looks like the rest of the world is catching up with us. Looks like the rest of the world is catching up with us. Thanks, Naomi Klein. That was actually really good. Like, what have we been saying here all along? What have we been saying here at the Canadian Commie the whole time? Here you go. That is a beautiful piece. That's a really nice piece. It's good to see that the rest of the world is catching up with us. The Rob Bob writes, isn't this a liberal news source? It's The Guardian. So yeah, like they're slightly more to the left. Yeah, I mean, like, desperate times, right? Like, there are people, my criticism, I said it right at the beginning about Naomi Klein. My criticism about Naomi Klein is that she believes we can negotiate our way out of it. And we can't. Like, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, like, these guys are not going to just negotiate their way out of it. Like, you're not gonna negotiate with these guys. It's as silly as saying we just needed to vote harder against Hitler. Like, that's how silly it's gotten. And that even though she's writing these pieces, right, her solutions are literally just vibe your way through it. Like, what was her solutions? Right? For real, what were her solutions in this piece? This Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor. Like, that piece was really well written, basically affirming literally everything we've been saying for several years now. So thanks for catching up. But, like, what's your solutions? So I'm glad to see that liberals, that any amount of liberals and any amount of social democrats are beginning to actually take the threat seriously, that they're catching up with us. Like, thanks for finally catching up. That's nice. Oh, redate this episode as April 17th. Thank you, John. I will. Like, thanks, but Joe writes, even if it is, even conservatives won't be able to deny the inevitable. Like, I mean, it's like seeing the tsunami wave and pretending like it isn't there at this point. Like, there is a kind of, like, I'm glad to see that religious language is starting to come into the conversation, because what have I been saying this entire episode? Like, this is a spiritual crisis, and that the vision of the future of these fascists is stupid, because they are stupid. That they are captured by their own emotions and their own spiritual self, and because they refuse to do any self-analysis whatsoever, they don't believe it. They're being captured by whatever's lying around. John writes, isn't it going to come to whether or not the U.S. military will support Trump's coup? So I think that's kind of a misunderstanding about the nature of the electoral system in America. Like, America is governed by a dictatorship of capital. And the system of capital has many figures within it. But whether it's a Democrat or a Republican at the helm is utterly irrelevant. It's completely meaningless. Like, this is sort of why I'm skeptical of someone like Naomi Klein, because her solution is going to be something like, let's funnel all our energy into the NDP. Like, let's just do dead-end electoralism, right? It's just like, okay, that's not going to work. Like, it's just literally not going to work. That a capitalist is a capitalist is a capitalist. And whether or not they do a little head tilt and go, "Mah," before they drop the bombs, this isn't really important. And so John goes, granted the capitalist system, it's whether an overt dictatorship is in the offering. Like, I just don't, like, the military is likely not to go along with like an actual coup. But I mean, like, who's to say what's going to happen? It just, how to really like say this so that it's like completely accurate, like, and so that I like we're seeing the Trump administration do a bunch of dumb fuck shit and act like a bunch of morons. So it's possible that they'll just decide to try to pull a coup off, but I just don't think they will. Like, I just think that they're like, these guys are cowards. Like, they're not actual strong men, right? They're cowards, and they're not actually going to pull off an actual coup, actually, right? Because they don't have the military force to do it. They don't have a private military willing to do that for them. To do that in the face of the American military is like a really huge, massive gamble. And at the end of the day, it's like they would literally only be doing it because of their own vanity. The Democrats are their allies. Like, the entire system is geared to allow them to do the things that they do. Nobody is standing in their way. Literally 0% of anything. These guys bitch and moan when they lose a race in Wisconsin. Like, that's what's going on. John writes, okay, that's the opinion I was asking for. Many in the U.S. think there will be heavy blood. Yeah. No, there will be heavy bloodshed in the streets. Like, that's for sure going to happen. Like, it is only a matter of time until things decay so badly that there's just these protests in the street because they can't get access to food. And, like, take a look at how the cops act. Like, the dictatorship of capital is well affirmed. Like, the dictatorship of capital is well entrenched. That the police and the military who operate on behalf of capitalists are going to continue doing that. Like, the CIA is going to continue doing that. Like, and it's going to do that whether or not it's Democrat or Republican. Like, whether it's Bernie Sanders beating you over the head or whether it's Donald Trump beating you over the head, it's going to be a baton beating you over the head. Like, and they're just going to follow the exact same line and the exact same rule that they have always followed. Like when the Democrats came into office under Obama, they didn't shut down Guantanamo Bay. So when the Democrats come in after Trump, they're not going to shut down these El Salvadorian prisons. right? We'll just stop talking about them, right? That the El Salvadorian prisons will just suddenly be like, oh, okay, well these are now nice prisons, being well managed by a statesman. That's just how it is. And things will continue to decay, and things will continue to decay. Like, and a Democratic president will unleash the police and the FBI and the Homeland Security and the State Department on the citizens too. Like, there's we're not voting our way out of it. There's no voting our way out of it. Like, there's no electoral solution. Doesn't exist. That we are at a point right now where the solution is the overthrow of the electoral system. Period. It doesn't function. It's not interested in functioning. It has aligned itself against the interests of its public. And there is no way out of it through electoralism. Full stop. Period. Bernie Sanders will drop fucking bombs on you too. He doesn't give a fuck. He supports a genocide. He's fine with it. He might be like, "Mo" about it every so often, but then the vote is yes. AOC will shed a little tear and then check yes. So, like, yeah, there's going to be bloodshed in the streets. That's a guarantee. Just when is that going to happen, and how prepared are you going to be? Like, I know what I'm doing. I know how I'm preparing. Joe writes, they don't have any solutions except thoughts and prayers. Yeah, I think ultimately it will be down to factions of the military resisting their overlords. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Like, we'll see. Like, I just think that is, like, how much abuse can the military take, right? Like, in my view, the ultimate, like, the reason why we're getting this big robotics push is because they want to militarize robotics, right? Like, they don't want to have to rely on soldiers. They literally want, like, robots with guns marching down the streets. That's what they want. And they'll find a place to test all that. Yeah, the balkanization of America is an inevitability, but it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be just like sunshine and lollipops, and we're not going to have, like, you know, a place break off and just be like, okay, bye. Like, that's not how it's going to go. And I keep reminding people repeatedly that balkanization is the most likely outcome. That if America does not have some kind of generalized breakup along some kind of lines, it literally would be the first empire in the history of mankind to achieve that. It'd be worth investigating for forever. Like, forever. It literally would be the first time in human history. So the most likely outcome is a balkanization of some kind. JT writes, U.S. of all places is a powder keg, but all Western nations are going to do austerity under the neoliberal guise of fighting fascism. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, as much as Naomi Klein has, and Astra Taylor here have written a good piece highlighting the fascist death cult that's on the far right, like, neoliberalism is also a religious ideology, right? And it's a religious ideology that has completely failed. And so this struggle of, like, fascism versus neoliberalism is just like, it's like two demons struggling for who gets to be the king of hell. Like, that's what it is. And we're sitting here being like, well, I guess I gotta vote for the lesser evil. It's like, no, you don't. Like, you literally don't. There are other things that you can do. And you should be getting more militant. You should be getting organized with people who are willing to get together in militant fashion and do militant things. Joe writes, or fighting the radical left Marxist lunatics. Yeah, exactly. Well, those are the homegrowns, right? That's what they're talking about when they're saying homegrowns. Jefferson writes, All the U.S. institutions each have their own way to keep themselves alive during this new phase of fascism. Why would the Dems of all people fight back? Everyone has their bunker. Yeah. No, it's to manage the decline, right? It's to present the image of fighting back. It's to present the illusion of fighting back. That's the point. Zed writes, question, what's demo you see out there? Do you see a lot of females? I always feel like it's a bunch of guys, and unfortunately when the girls come out, all the guys are like, finally I can date someone. I don't understand your question, Zed. Like, oh, in terms of communist organizations, it's both. It's just both. That's all. Like it's a mix. It's everybody. Part of the issue is, demographically speaking, men vote Republican and women vote Democrat, and so there is like a battle of the sexes going on as well. Like that does exist, and there is a bit of that happening culturally in the society as well. Yeah, elbows up is such a farce. Yeah, I mean it's a clean way to articulate something to Canadians about the nature of their struggle with America, but Zed writes, we had a girl come out one time and like got assaulted by a guy. It was weird. Yeah, that is weird. Like, just chill out. Just chill out. This is kind of what I'm talking about when I keep talking about, like, we have within us desires and demands and urges. Like, we have that. And we keep pretending like we don't. And literally the only thing that we ever do is say, well, buck up. Try meditation. Like, we live in such a hyper atomized, hyper individualized society that the only solution a person can have is just do it yourself. And there's no group, there's no organization, there's nothing. It's a cultural wasteland out there. And so people act like idiots because that's all we've got left is just do whatever and see how it works out, I guess. Like, this that I'm doing right here is like the closest thing that we have to like a support group for people to be like, man, I have these feelings, I have these thoughts, I have these ideas. And to have a group of people be like, I also have that. And I also have these fears. And I also have these thoughts. Right? You would think that it would be like something more significant, that there would be some kind of cultural organization who is actually focusing on this kind of stuff, but it isn't. It's just disaster after disaster after disaster. It's just a cultural wasteland. And it's like we're rebuilding the culture from nothing, because the old mode of thinking is obviously a death cult. And if you don't want to live in a death cult, well, then you got to do something else. It's just all stupid, eh? Like, it's just all so stupid. Like, over my lifetime, I was literally told that it's okay for small groups of people to get billions of dollars because the money will trickle back down. And now the people who got all the money are literally building doomsday bunkers while they actively create the conditions to make those doomsday bunkers necessary. Like, giving all the people money has turned everything into a fucking apocalypse. And we all just let it happen. In fact, we all went to work for it. This is the American vision of the future. This is what we've all been working for. This is what you get out of bed for. After a long day's work, you're exhausted and you're tired, and it's for this. So that Peter Thiel can build a bunker in some undisclosed location, and they can manage the populace by sending ICE agents and cops to grab random citizens and deport them to Salvadorian prisons. This is the reason you've been working so hard. This is why we all went to school. This is why we all went to university. This is why you get reamed out by your boss. This is why you've had all those late nights and all those early mornings. This is why you don't get to see your kids. This is why you've been putting up with all the stress and all the anxiety of living in the society. We're clowns. Like, we are a deeply, desperately unintelligent, stupid people. And it's really, really obvious. Like, it's really, really obvious. And the best of us, our solutions are literally, we'll just vibe it out. JT writes, I like the song What Did You Learn in School Today by Pete Seeger. Just dunks on the corruption that is education. What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? I learned that Washington never told a lie. I learned that soldiers seldom die. I learned that everybody's free, and that's what the teacher said to me. That's what I learned in school today. That's what I learned in school. What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? I learned that policemen are my friends. I learned that justice never ends. I learned that murderers die for their crimes, even if we make a mistake sometimes. That's what I learned in school today. That's what I learned in school. What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? I learned our country must be strong. It's always right and never wrong. Our leaders are the finest men, and we elect them again and again. That's what I learned in school today. That's what I learned in school. What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? What did you learn in school today, dear little boy of mine? I learned that war is not so bad. I learned about the great ones we have had. We fought in Germany and France, and someday I might get my chance. That's what I learned in school today. That's what I learned in school. Yeah. I don't think I could play this on stream because of the stupidity of how our IP laws work and copyright laws work. Designed to kill culture, not uplift it. Like, if it was up to the capitalists, this song would cease to exist. And that's more or less what they're trying to constantly do, is just make sure that culture dies. So that the only thing that persists through time is their institutions, like Disney. Right? Disney is culture. What you create is not culture. It's a good song, though. I might, and I mean, it's Pete Seeger, so it's gonna be like 3. JT writes, I know channels banned from YouTube for public domain movies, claimed because some newer shit or some song use a clip of that movie. Yeah. No, it's a demonic system created by demons. Like there's just no other way. There's just no other way to discuss it anymore. Like we are living through absolutely evil times where people are literally fighting for their enslavement as hard as possible. And it's like this, right? Like there's this meme that I found. It is like this. The wildest part of my labor history class is when we learn about the repression of a strike and another student is like, wait, the companies just like killed strikers and the police helped? Wasn't that illegal? And my professor just like ... There's your education system. Police are your friends. The system of authority has never worked against the interests of the people. You just need to work harder. This sounds like a you problem. JT writes, I love when my dad tries to talk about how Henry Ford was pretty smart. Sometimes it's fun to be the wet blanket. Yeah, you should definitely bring up how he received the Iron Cross from the Nazis. That's what I would do. If I ever heard anybody extolling the virtues of Henry Ford, I'd be like, yeah, the Nazis loved him. They gave him the Iron Cross, the highest award a citizen can receive from the Nazis. If it wasn't for Henry Ford, the Nazi army wouldn't have had engines for their jeeps, right? Like that's the reason why he got the Iron Cross, is because he provided them with all of this machinery. Henry Ford also sued the American government because the American government destroyed Ford automotive plants in Germany over the course of the war, and he won. Like, oftentimes when films depict war, they find the political leaders, right? You'll see movies about Hitler. You'll see movies about political leaders, like George Bush, right? But nobody will ever make a movie about like the industrialists. Like nobody will ever make a movie about how Henry Ford was instrumental in funding the Nazis and backing the Nazi war machine. Like nobody's ever going to make that movie. Like nobody's ever going to make a movie about how IBM provided all of the computers for the Holocaust. Like that's never going to happen. Like the industrialists that backed the Nazis and the industrialists and the techno-industrialists that currently back this modern branch of Nazis, right? Like guys like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and all this group, they'll just fade away in time, right? And we'll be presented with Trump. And we'll just like forget about how this all happened, which is that we gave a whole lot of money to a small group of rapacious psychopaths whose vision of the future was literally total destruction and waste. Like, it's kind of amazing how there's been like the most obvious repudiation of our economic system that can possibly exist. Like the result of our economic system is genocide, war, internal determinant, and yet people are still defending it. Even in this article that I just read by Naomi Klein, right? That article I just read, she had a line where she did Hitler and then Stalin, right? So the people who are supposed to be providing us solutions literally shitting on the people who defeated the Nazis the first go around. Like, we're cooked, man. Like, it's done. We're finished. Just like Get ready on a local level. Talk to your neighbors. Get armed. Have food. Like, JT writes, Behind the Bastards has decent deep dives on folks like Alfred Hagerberg, the Elon Musk of Weimar Germany. Just a disgusting colonial rich guy. Said he wasn't a Nazi, but the hosts aren't perfect politics, but good history. Yeah, to me, it all boils down to the same thing, and I'll do it over and over again, which is no one should have this much wealth. Like, it just should not be. There is something in the human condition. There's something in the human ethos. There's something in the human mindset that when we attain a certain level of wealth, we become psychopathic. We disconnect from reality. We become demented. We become delusional, and the more wealth you have, the more centralized the wealth becomes, the more impact you can have on the society, the more devastating your delusions become. And so no one should have access to this much wealth. It should be considered the highest of crimes to hoard this much wealth. Like, I'm of the opinion that any wealth over $1 million, you just should have that taxed away. It just should be gone. You shouldn't have it. It should just not be part of the conversation at all. Like, and because the truth is that if you can't live a nice life with $1 million, then there's something wrong with you. And the more money you get, the more you're going to make the issue that's wrong with you everyone else's problem. So keep it to yourself. Hossein says, are billionaires aware that someday people can just decide to create a new currency, cancel the old one, and the billionaires will go from billionaire to poor instantly? Yeah, no, they know that their biggest threat is regulation. Well, what they call regulation, right? This is why they're all like anti-regulation, anti-taxes, because that's their biggest enemy. Like, we could tax away their wealth. We could regulate away all of their power. Like, we could definitely do that. And it wouldn't even be that difficult to do from a policy position. We've done it before. Like, in terms of policy, it would be very straightforward. It's just politics. And I think that one of the major successes of the death cult has been in presenting itself as credible and its ideas as credible and infecting the wider society with its stupid ideas that don't work. Like, even now, you still have people defending the idea that two people should have billions of dollars. It's just brain rot. And it's the type of brain rot that only comes from a religious belief system. Like, in spite of all of the evidence, it does have that kind of quality of like a woman married to an abusive husband who treats her like trash, and people are like, you gotta leave, like, why are you still with this guy? And all she has to say is, but I love him. It's like, it's a kind of a Stockholm syndrome, like, gaslighting situation now, where just people cannot seem to get to the other side of it. Yeah, you don't know capitalism like I do. It loves me. Exactly. I'm just a temporary embarrassed millionaire. It's coming any day now. We can't raise taxes on the billionaires. That'll be me. And then people like me better watch their step. Yeah, rich and poor are political concepts, not economic concepts. I mean, there is the whole, like, perception, right? Like, the perception of what wealth is. Like, is a person with $1 million better off than a person who has, like, a loving family? Like, that kind of thing, you know? But economically speaking, there just comes a point where no decisions can be made without your say-so. You're just so economically interwoven into the structure of the piece that nothing can happen without your say-so. Joe writes, what tragic irony. This doesn't have to be, but is. Again, propaganda works. Definitely brain rot. Yeah, it's another good reason why a single individual shouldn't have so much wealth. Because they use their wealth to propagandize others. Right? Like, they're creating weird little cults. Like, that's really what they're doing. And we've empowered them to do it. So nobody should have this much wealth in the society, like full stop, period. There should be a hard cap, and that cap should be low. Like, it shouldn't be $1 billion. It shouldn't be $100 million. It should be 1 million. And even that, I'm just like, okay, that's my concession position. Like, I've heard people be like Bernie Sanders is like, there should be no billionaires. Okay, cool. $999 million is still psychotic. You're still a psychopath. You could still erect entire institutions of psychopathy just because you want to. You could still buy a politician. Like, a guy with $1 million cannot buy a politician. Right? Like, you just don't have the unseemly amount of wealth. Yeah, there shouldn't be exploitation. That's sort of the dream, isn't it, Rob Bob? Like, and the reality is, like, we've come to an understanding. We shouldn't have kings. Like, there shouldn't be centralized power. That's what the whole Constitution is predicated on, is the concept that there should be no centralized power. That we should have spheres of power, and that these spheres of power exist to check and balance one another. Right? That's the whole idea. And yet, for some reason, we're like, but that guy can have $300 billion. That makes sense. He earned it. Like, it is a mental illness. Like, there's something going on there where people are just like, so much power and so much wealth, and people are just like, he must be a god. He was sent by Jesus Christ. And they just lose the capacity for basic reason. And as things move forward, it'll just get obvious. I'm kind of hoping that one of these guys shoots themselves. Like, that'll be great. What a great moment that'll be for all of us. I'm really hoping it's Musk. He keeps putting pictures on his, like, Twitter feed of, like, my nightstand, and he's got a gun on his nightstand. And it's just like, yeah, dude, like, do it. Let's go. I think that would be really great. It'd be really great to think about a billionaire who actually has, like, a moment of clarity where he actually comes to realize that he's the villain. JT writes, I was thinking about RoboCop, and Musk will be the first to have a death bot guard. Yeah. No, that's why they're making these dumb little robots, like these robot dogs. It's the reason why they're doing it. Like, I don't know why anybody's celebrating this. Like, I take a look at it, I'm like, what do you think that's for? Like, what do you think is going to happen with that? Like, billionaires are going to have, like, a little army of robot dogs with, like, flamethrowers and shit on it. Like, what do you think that's for? Yeah, fascists both watch RoboCop and Starship Troopers as how-tos. Yeah. Yeah, certainly not as, like, cautionary tales or horror stories. Starship Troopers, dude. What a fucking film that is. Literally just like a fascist state. And, like, I think that we should use Starship Troopers. Like, what we should do is we should put Starship Troopers in front of, like, 12th graders. like kids that are just about to get out of this school, and then listen to what they have to say about it. And the kids that are like, oh, that was awesome, Sergeant, yeah, and we'll be like, what did you think of like the governing structure of it? Oh, it was so cool, yeah. Those kids like, okay, cool, you get an extra year of school. Go over there. And the entire year is just dedicated to teaching them why fascism is wrong. And if they reach the end of that and they're still like, oh, fascism, it's the coolest, then like they don't get to be citizens. And I'm completely fine with that. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven teaching it personally, exactly. And to no one's surprise, fears over extremism in U.S. military as soldier revealed as neo-Nazi TikTok follower. What? There are Nazis in the military? No. That's wrong. Who could have ever predicted such an outcome? Oh, yes. I promised I wouldn't use X.com anymore, but this is from African Hub. And it's such a good write-up that I just have to use it. Leaked Hillary Clinton emails revealed NATO killed Gaddafi to stop the formation of a United States of Africa, and his intentions to establish a pan-African currency based on the Libyan golden dinar. Of the 3,000 emails released from Hillary Clinton's private email server in late December 2015, about a third were from her close confidant, Sidney Blumenthal. One of these emails, dated April 2nd, 2011, read in part, Gaddafi's government holds 143 tons of gold and a similar amount in silver. This gold was accumulated prior to the current rebellion and was intended to be used to establish a pan-African currency based on the Libyan golden dinar. This plan was designed to provide the Francophone African countries with an alternative to the French franc. In a source comment, the original declassified email added, according to knowledgeable individuals, this quantity of gold and silver is valued at more than $7 billion. French intelligence officers discovered this plan shortly after the current rebellion began, and this was one of the factors that influenced President Nicolas Sarkozy's decision to commit France to the attack on Libya. According to these individuals, Sarkozy's plans are driven by the following issues. 1. A desire to gain a greater share of Libyan oil production, so just naked theft. 2. Increase French influence in North Africa, right? Cultural indoctrination, cultural cleansing. 3. Improve his internal political situation in France, so just a vanity project. He wants to be the leader. 4. Provide the French military with an opportunity to reassert its position in the world, basic colonialism. 5. Address the concern of his advisors over Gaddafi's long-term plans to supplant France as the dominant power in the Francophone Africa. How dare they have sovereignty? Don't they know that they are our colony? They are our vassals? How dare they expect to have sovereignty? Conspicuously absent is any mention of humanitarian concerns. Yeah, that's a joke. The objectives were to get rid of the unification of Africa, money, power, and oil. We came, we saw, he died. Ha 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 ha. What a witch. Like what an evil person. This article, I'm not going to read it in full because it's long and sad. Canada's Gen Z voters turn to conservative Polyev and race against Carney. And it really does, like, this whole article just smacks of, like, Latinos for Trump. That's what it's like. That, like, all of these young people are like, we need change, we need to do something, I'm going to swing behind conservative. And it's like, the leopards would never eat my face. It's like it's like an immigrant being pulled off of a construction site wearing a shirt that says Latinos for Trump. Like, young men are stupid. This is sort of what my big takeaway from this is. Because, like, if you're voting conservative, especially after what you're seeing happening in the United States, you are either a Nazi, right? Or B, too stupid to realize that you're a Nazi. That's where we're at. And, like, to pretend as though the conservatives are not just going to go along with Trump completely. What are you talking about? But people like Jordan Peterson, people like Andrew Tate, right? These people are effective. There's actually a really great miniseries on Netflix right now that I think is finally starting to tackle the reality. I have no other language to use but to describe it this way, that the reality of living in a fascist society. And I don't know if it's done so consciously. Like, I don't know if the people who did the show, and the show that I'm talking about is the show Adolescence, I don't know if they consciously understood that what they were capturing was a fascist society, but the show Adolescence captures a very obvious fascist society. So, I guess spoilers, like, the reality of the show is that there isn't really much to spoil, right? Like, it's that's not the reason you would watch the show. You watch the show for its immaculate storytelling, its incredible organization. It's a 4-part, each episode is an hour long and it's 4 parts, and each episode is a single shot, which tells you that it's, like, incredibly well choreographed, incredibly well rehearsed, incredibly well structured. And you watch it for the powerful performances. The powerful performances. One of the great things about British film and theater and television is that they decided it's very obvious they decided a long time ago. It's like, no, you don't need to be beautiful to be an actor. Like, in fact, we want you to be normal looking. We don't want you to have this beautiful kind of look. Whereas American film and television is like, you have to be a supermodel to be an actor. The British people are like, oh, you're a supermodel? You're not an actor. No. We're not interested in that. And this show, Adolescence, really shows you the difference. Really shows you the difference. That ordinary people, ordinary looking people can produce riveting performances. And so I'm going to go through this because it's minor spoilers, but I just don't think it doesn't really spoil anything. Because, I mean, the story is pretty explicit from the beginning. That the first episode begins with the police invading a young boy's house. And the young boy, and they grab him out of the house, and they deal with the parents, and they bring the young boy and his father to a police station. And the entire time you're going through that process, what I really took away from episode 1 was how overwhelming the police services are. And the police are presented as being polite but powerful. That they're going through this process and they're not dismissive, they're not insulting, they're not ruthless and cruel, but they are all powerful. And there was this one thing that they kept saying. They would say, "This is what we want to do," and then they would say, "If that's all right with you." They would ask that question. So we want your son to do this if that's all right with you. But that's clearly just training that they have received in order to sort of lessen the brunt. Because the reality is that the thing that they said is going to happen is what's going to happen, whether or not it's okay with you. And so they're really displaying a kind of self-awareness in the police force, where the police understand that they're like this imposing fascist force, but that they can't just be cruel and ruthless, that they have to present themselves as if this is a partnership and an alliance. And this first episode, where the police have this just like overwhelming coordination, overwhelming resources, overwhelming amount of influence. Literally, there are the young boy in question interacts with no less than a dozen adults in order to process and deal with his incarceration. And that is juxtaposed by the second episode. Oh, and of course, the kid is accused of murdering a classmate. That's the whole thrust of the piece, is that he has murdered a classmate. And so the police, who interview him in the first episode, the lead detective of the case, goes to his school in the next episode. And the juxtaposition between the resources, the overwhelming resources of the police force compared to the resources of the schools is shocking. Andrew, good to see you over on Twitch. The teachers are obviously overwhelmed. They don't know what's going on with their own students. They don't understand the language, the emoji language that the kids are using to bully each other online. That initially the police believe that the young lady who was murdered liked the young boy, and then had to be informed by a school kid, no, these emojis don't mean what you think they mean. It means that she's making fun of him as an incel, and that she's accusing him of being an incel, and that he'll always be an incel. And so she was bullying him. And what my big takeaway from the second episode is that because we have not provided any resources to our educators whatsoever, and the educators are universally overwhelmed. They cannot deal with the children. They cannot teach the children. They don't know what's happening with the children. Some of them say so. And so the kids are basically just corralled animals left to their own devices in what amounts to be basically a child prison system where they learn nothing of value and have their time completely wasted by people who may be well-meaning but simply do not have the resources to handle and deal with the situation that they're going through. And then this reality is strongly juxtaposed by the third episode, which is a single-shot conversation between the young man and a police psychologist, where she has been sitting down with him over time in order to have discussions with him. And my biggest takeaway from this third episode is that the boy is hungry he's hungry to be challenged, and he's hungry for expression. That these conversations that he goes through with this police psychologist are more education than he has received from his schooling in his entire life, because he's never had such close attention. He's never had somebody ask him questions and challenge him in this way before. He's never actually had an educator. And he's never actually had a parental influence in his life because his parents are working. And this is really illustrated by when the police psychologist says that this is their final talk, that the young man has a bit of a meltdown and he's very sad, and he asks her, "Do you like me?" And it's just so obvious that he has absolutely no adults in his life trying to actually root for him or create a positive atmosphere for him. And it's made explicit that he's involved in the online culture and the manosphere and all of that stuff. And it's just so clear that what he is experiencing is a societal abandonment, that the institutions that he is forced to interact with are not there to help him, that they're just there to act as like a placeholder for capital. We don't know what else to do with you, so we're going to stick you in this institution. And then, of course, this all leads to the final episode, which is the episode with the family, specifically the parents, and the absolute tour de force performances by both the mother and the father. The father gets the most screen time in the episode, I think, because I think the show is about masculinity at its core. So it's this juxtaposition between the son and the father. And there is this manosphere or masculinity, what it is to be a young boy growing up in a fascist, patriarchal dominated society. And what my big takeaway from the fourth episode, beyond the amazing performances, is that no one at any point questions the structure or the nature of the society that they live in. That everything is boiled down to its hyper-individualist point. What could I have done differently? What were we good parents? The natural questions that people would ask, but that there isn't even a glimmering moment. No one even thinks to question the system that they're in. And everything is just hyper-individualized to its highest possible level. No one even notices that the police have this overwhelming budget where they can afford to have 12 people interact with a single person, where they can afford to have a police psychologist talk to a young man several times for an hour with a guard, but they can't afford a teacher to actually sit down and teach a kid anything for any amount of time. And it's that juxtaposition that I think rests at the center of the film. That at the center of the miniseries, I should say, which is that they are in institutions. They're in a police station, then they're in a school, then they're in a police station, and then finally they're in a home. In a British home. And not one single person at any moment thinks to question the nature of their institutions. That the question is, what happened to this individual? How does an individual become like this as an individual? And nobody points out that the police obviously have like $1 billion quadrillion budget, and the schools are a wasteland. So that to me is the big takeaway from Adolescence. Is we are in an institutional credibility crisis, and the people within those institutions are trained to ignore it and to be hyper individualists. And so when somebody steps out of line and does something dramatic, such as murder a classmate, it's all about what's wrong with this individual and not what is the nature of the institutions that we have in place. What environment are we creating? Andrew says, do I support conservatives? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Conservatism itself is a barbaric, backwards worldview. Conservatism essentially says that there should be laws that protect some people and don't protect others. That's a fundamental tenet of conservatism. That there should be a privileged class that are protected by the law, and there should be an underclass that have the law inflicted on them. That's the backbone of conservative thinking. And it's abhorrent and it's disgraceful. It shouldn't be supported. JT says, it would be nice if the show ended with just hard facts about those things, but I do imagine the writers are dancing around getting it, writing about real details, but perhaps still have no answers. Yeah, I get the real sense from the writers and the director and everybody who made it is that they were just looking at the human element, that they didn't want to make a commentary about institutions, that showing the institutions was enough, because I really get the sense that it's just like, no, this is a human story about humans being humans in humanity. Like, they're not interested in turning to the camera and being like, and that's why we have to defund the police. Like, I just think that they're not interested in that. Yeah, that's where we're at now. Yeah, they don't structural violent root causes. We just don't have a conversation about it at all, right? And now we have like a movement that is explicitly against having that conversation. JT says, zone of interest comes to mind, at least in trying to hold up a mirror, but even still, implications often aren't good enough. Be overt. Yeah, one of the things that I've often said is, like, artists will be criticized because their work is a little on the nose. And I've come to say, yeah, if you're in a fist fight with somebody, you want to put it on the nose. Right? Like, we're in a fist fight. There are Nazis in office. Like, put it on the nose. Halcyon writes, it's seen as human nature. Like, when they criticize communism, they say it doesn't work with human nature. Stupid argument, because humans are different, and there's no such thing as human nature. Well, the Marxist position on human nature is that material conditions dictate human nature. Like, a starving human that is thrown into a pit with a knife with another human and told one of you has to kill the other one or you don't eat is going to act significantly different than a well-fed human that's put into a pit with another human and told, you guys just be here. Right? Material conditions dictate human nature. Because the word that I would use to describe human nature and how humans have succeeded in this plane of reality is adaptability. We are primarily adaptable. So if we create an environment for ourselves that rewards psychopathy, then we will adapt to that. And the people who will ascend to the top of that society will be psychopathic, because that's the structure. That's the environment we've created. Right? If the people who do the best are the ones that backstab everyone for money, then that's what you end up with. A bunch of people who backstabbed each other for money. Whereas if you create a society that's based on discussion, conversation, cooperation, collaboration, and compromise, right? What could be described as a democracy, If you built a society based on those premises and principles, then the people who will ascend to the top of it are and to be the most respected would be the people who collaborate the best and cooperate the best, right? And like, yeah, communism is more human nature than capitalism. I mean, like, capitalism is a death cult. It's seeking to destroy all human life. Whereas communism at least makes the claim that it's attempting to help people. Grand Design writes, I think that the theory that the police must be close to the community they are supposed to protect and investigate is flawed. I think police should be interacting as little as possible with one-on-one. Like, police exist to protect property. They are not interested in helping any citizens at all. They exist to protect capital. And that's the reason why police exist in the society at all. Housing writes, still, under same conditions, human beings can behave differently. Like, I don't think that's true. Like, if you take like two people of the same background, same everything, and you put them in the same conditions, they're going to act pretty similarly. Like, maybe you'll see like tiny little variances, but not enough to really move the needle, if you understand me. Like, everyone will still get fed. Everything is like, it's I simply do not buy into this worship of the individual, this hyper individuality that essentially omits all data, right? Like, if you omit from your analysis the existence of creation, then sure, individuality is the most important thing. If you eliminate all of human history, all institutions that have ever existed, all decisions made by all other humans, your own parents, your own teachers, everybody who's ever interacted with you, and the force of creation that's innately sustaining you as you exist right now, sure. The most important thing that exists is individuality, sure. You just need to omit all of that. Well, guys, I said I was going to end this one a little early today, and I think I'm going to end it now. It's always wonderful talking to you guys. I really love it. I'm so glad that you were all here. I'm so glad that I was able to do this for you guys and for myself. Always remember, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.